Good.
Hey now. What is happening? What is happening here? Something's going on. It's not quite clear. They're redoing Lionel's music.
Lionel, like
Heard
the
that
one
on
thing,
something.
one thing I kind of miss. I don't understand. It's just a little before, I was really out here. Is man, Lionel was a huge star, star.
Yeah.
And I never thought about him like that, but he was a monster star.
He was. Johnny Dope ones we see in here.
Johnny.
Jason, Jimmy. Delivery Joe. Yep, Jimmy. Indeed. I put these handles up here like, if you're not following us, follow us.
Follow us.
And just for those, because I'm convinced there are some who don't know which of us is which. This placard will help.
It still happens.
I see it very much still does. Very much still does.
Damon.
Damon, KC, what's going on?
Yeah. Mario, what's up, man? Oof. Oh, that was crazy. That was crazy.
Incredible. Absolutely. Yeah.
And we never even doubted him. We liked him.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we'll talk about it. The Denver team doesn't look impressive either.
Mm-mm.
I mean, it's 2 weeks into the season. They pulled out a win, but I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure about the head coach. He was doing some stuff yesterday.
Sure.
I was like,
yeah.
Maybe learning curve. He's new to the job. He got to figure some things out, but. Right. Right. I tried to tell y'all.
I'm not there yet. I'm watching closer. That's for sure.
Hold on, wait a minute. Who said something about dreaming nightmares?
Ramsey. When I pulled that ass tomorrow, y'all thought it was rented.
It did. Canelo won too.
I don't know. I just. Hey, he won. It was a fight. I was watching Kenny's scorecards. That's how I knew.
For once in my life, I was right on par with the judges. Jesse, what did you think? I don't know if he let him do anything. Nah, I thought it was about 116, 112. I had a 115, 113, but 116, 112 seems about right.
Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Come on in, hang out, get comfortable. It's going to be a day today. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me. It's showtime.
And the 49ers did exactly what they were supposed to do. They beat the brakes off the Seattle Seahawks. Unfortunately, the 1-1 record for the San Francisco 49ers is far from the story of yesterday's game. We're going to dive into it. We're going to dive into every aspect of it. We've got the phone lines open for you all day. James will be with us at 3 o'clock. We'll talk 49ers. We're a week away from the start of Kings training camp. Man. Oh, by the way.
Yeah.
So we're with you. It's us, just me and you, like Tony for the next 3 hours. 916-909-1320. Phone lines are open for you.
Get in here. I know y'all want to talk. I know y'all want to voice your opinion. Get in here.
I know everyone has something to say. We'll talk, everything that happened in the NFL. We'll talk the absolutely embarrassing loss from the Las Vegas Raiders, juxtaposed with the fact that the Las Vegas Aces brought home a title yesterday.
Aces ready for the parade. You see that clip?
Oh, yeah. Ready. We'll get to all of that. We'll get to all of that. But we will start with 49ers win 27-7. Again, that's far from the story of the game. Trey Lance suffered a first quarter injury that will put an end to his season. And just our conversations for the last year were thrown out the window yesterday with 2 minutes left in the first quarter. But just as the fan base was split on Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance, now the fan base is split on Kyle Shanahan, which is a hell of a response to what happened yesterday. But let's start with, man, I am super concerned about this young man's future now.
I wouldn't go so far to say I'm super concerned. First of all, I'm just devastated for him. I feel so bad.
Absolutely.
For him. I feel so bad for him. I know, everything I've read, everything I've seen, he worked so hard for this opportunity and be ready for this opportunity, and for it to be gone in less than 2 games. I just feel so bad for him,
if you want to know how hard he worked, go listen to Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm missing somebody, but go listen to everyone who spoke at the podium last night.
Debo spoke.
Debo spoke too. Yeah, I still think I'm missing somebody else, but go listen to everybody who spoke post game yesterday at the podium.
Yeah.
And you can feel the love that they have for Trey Lance.
You never know with injuries. You never know. So I'm not speaking as if it's a foregone conclusion or anything. You just don't want nobody to get hurt. You don't want anybody to have to go through this. The only thing that I will say is I'm optimistic for his future and what he could be, based on the fact that it was a break, right? It was a break. It'll get fixed. I think I saw a report earlier today saying it wasn't a compound fracture like Dak. So those are small positive signs. I believe he'll be back and ready to go. I don't know what the timeline is, but
too much with the visual, but I think the difference between the compound fracture and just a clean break is nothing sticking out.
There's that too.
I think that's the difference between the two, right? Like a compound fracture means something
it protruded the skin a little bit or got close to it.
Yeah, something went ill along the way.
I think with those also, and I'm not sure. I think it could be anything, but with those, there's concern of what is it, nerve
infection,
damage, or all that other stuff. So, I'm not assuming that he's just going to be fine. I'm not doing that, but I'm very optimistic and hopeful that he will be.
I understand that, and I happened to be near an athletic trainer when that happened, and it was kind of a similar assessment. It's a break, it's clean. If it's clean, it's fine. But that's not my concern, though. When I said I'm concerned about this young man's future, it's not his health. I think he'll recover. He'll be fine. He's a young man. He'll probably recover quickly. My concern is he's now missing his 3rd year of football. My concern now is the 49ers, and we'll talk in depthly about this as the day continues as well, kind of fell into a situation that was extremely beneficial for them. But what do you do if this team does realize its potential and moves to the Super Bowl or wins the Super Bowl or is back in the NFC Championship or something along those lines? Are you cutting ties and trying this thing with Trey Lance again without that comfortable backup? Are you searching for another comfortable backup, or does Jimmy become the starter? My concern is at some point you're missing too much football, and that's what I'm worried about. Like if we saw growth from what was it was the Texans last year, right? The late season game. If we saw growth from the Texans game to this year, that's now where's the growth going to come from?
Right.
You know what I mean? 'Cause there's no, like, you're just stunted, you're stuck. And that's where my greater concern comes in, because next year Nick Bosa's older, George Kittle's older, Debo's older. Not only are they older, they've got another year of football under them.
Yeah. And I'm gonna talk about that as well in just a little bit, but it's tough. My first thought, because I thought about that yesterday during the game. Thought about like just the best case scenario, I guess you want to call it, but say the 49ers win a Super Bowl. What do you do at that point? Well,
which is funny because last year it was cut and dry.
Right.
You win the Super Bowl. Thank you, Jimmy. It's very thank you. Goodbye. Go get your $100 million. You're good.
Well, look here. This year, I think it's almost just as cut and dry. Man, I'll tell you why, Damian. You can't afford him. Jimmy's going to make $100 million.
Yeah, that's a great point.
You don't have a choice. And the only choice you would have is if you franchise them. So maybe that's an option. But you're franchising the backup, or you're going to have them compete, or whatever the case may be.
That could be it.
That might be the move. But I mean, outside of franchising him, you can't afford him. Like him starting, and if say they won a Super Bowl, he's getting $100 million from somebody. Like if he won a Super Bowl, like somebody's going to offer him $100 million, and you can't afford that. So you're either going to franchise him.
Now that I think about it, he can't be franchised.
Why's that?
Wasn't that a part of the deal he signed, the restructure he signed? He can't be franchised?
It was. I'm not sure if it was for this year or forever. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know how the structure goes or moving forward.
Yeah, he can't be franchised by the San Francisco 49ers is what I mean.
Right. But was it for the duration of this contract? I guess it is.
It's only a 1-year contract, isn't it?
See, I'll look, because I thought there was more time left on the contract, but guaranteed money ended this year.
But I thought that was the restructure. The restructure was there's 1 year left on there's 1 year left on this contract.
You could be right.
He can't be franchised, and instead of game one, he's $25 million. He's $6. And but by the way, he has the chance now to earn substantially more. I think he has the chance to earn up to like 11 or 12, because all of these incentives that we didn't think he was going to have the opportunity to hit, now he's going to have every opportunity to hit. Which, hey, I gotta ask. The concern with Trey is the concern with Jimmy is injury. You've got 15 games left. You got 15 games of Jimmy Garoppolo in you?
I hope so. Now, for the most part, over the last couple of seasons, that's been about it, about 15 games. I know he played, I think, 8 games in 2020. The year before that, he played all the games. Last year, I think he played 15 games or so. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. And Aldrin in the chat, he says, nope, Niners 100% give Jimmy an extension if they win a Super Bowl. It's not even a discussion. Yes, it is, because they can't afford him.
They don't have the money.
If the New York Jets are offering him $125 million, the Niners can't even come close to matching it. Jimmy will have to say, I'm going to take considerably less to stay with the 49ers.
Here, let's ride with Aldrin Trey. Nope, it's not even a consideration. Cool. Goodbye, Nick Bosa. There's the trade-off. You can't do both. A big part of drafting Trey Lance was, we should probably slow down. we're talking about next year. We're talking about moving forward. We've got to talk about this year. We've got to talk about right now. We've got to talk about what led to that injury. And again, to Jimmy's credit, and this might be the only time I say this, to Kyle's credit as well, there was a hiccup thrown into Kyle's game plan, and he responded. You have noted he's notorious for not doing that. And they responded pretty well. Jimmy stepped right in, especially for the first drive or two. He was connecting deep downfield, like things deep for Jimmy Garoppolo. Like he was connecting downfield. Things were working. Stalled out a little bit. Then they had that drive that it was like 8 minutes long that just put the game away. So Jimmy stepped in and did a fine job yesterday. But the question everyone is asking is did Kyle Shanahan put Trey Lance in a position to where he was going to get hurt?
First of all, I want to say that's the only nice thing that's been said about Kyle in the last 24 hours. So congratulations, Damien.
And it came from me. Boy, that's what a baby face turn. Man, just put the red and yellow back on for Kyle Shanahan.
Red and yellow. But yeah, no, let's talk about that, because Kyle Shanahan is the story here. Like this I was telling the Queen Bee before the show, I was like, this is gonna be nuts. This is going to be nuts. Like this whole Kyle Shanahan thing is so loaded.
I need a tease. Is it justified?
Oh,
I'm asking you. Is it justified? I don't want you to elaborate. I don't want you to tell me why or why not. I just need to know what we're walking into.
No.
Okay. We'll discuss. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. Phone lines are open, 916-909-1320. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating and Air. You get more with Gilmore here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Gilmore Heating and Air.
Why does Jesse sound so far away today?
He does sound a little different.
Sounds like he's in the background. Nope, still in the background.
Same. Yeah. You don't sound bad. It sounds.
That's
it.
Chelsea,
that's it.
The guy Manny, come on, man. That's a crazy take.
What'd Manny say?
Manny says Kyle should be fired.
The one thing I'll say is they are consistently extreme. The takes on Kyle Shanahan. They are consistently extreme. God damn it. Okay. Everybody all right?
I hope so.
The Trey Lance take is too hot.
Yeah, Patrick, no. Never said that. Never would. You're talking to the wrong guy. I like Jimmy. I think he's got limitations or whatever, but I think he's a good quarterback.
Oh, man.
They're right here, Sacktown Tony. That's about it. That's about it, man. It's me and Damien. That's it. We're the only ones. We're the only ones.
I mean, we'll talk about that too, I guess.
That's actually not true.
I just think people are emotional. They're upset.
They are. It was upsetting yesterday. That was upsetting. That was upsetting, to say the least.
Yeah, I saw that.
For sure.
Jesse's one day off. Hey, what's the... It's not in here. What's the thing in October again? The date?
What's that?
Nah, never mind. I'll shoot you a text. Yes. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you.
16, Sunday.
Yeah, it didn't go to my calendar. Okay. Flash flood warning. Man, how times have changed. Yeah, I just looked at my phone and I see it. Shoot, I had the windows all the way open listening to that rain hit this morning, like 8:10. Yeah, okay. 40 18 minutes in, my partner's already shaking his head.
Well, go ahead. No, go ahead.
This is 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore.
Now, I was shaking my head because you were talking about you had your windows open with all the rain last night or whatever. Yeah, the power kept going out in my house. And that wouldn't necessarily be a problem. Like I was in my REM sleep. Everything would be fine. I would never even know. But for some strange reason, when the power goes out in my house, when it comes back on, these two lights in my bedroom come on. The printer, which right outside my house, outside of my room, comes on. You know what it sounds like when a printer comes on. And then the lights out there in the loft come on.
Well,
so two times last night in the middle of my REM sleep, about, I don't know. I don't even know what time it was. It had to be about 2-3 o'clock in the morning. I had to get up and turn all the lights off.
You're positive you were in your REM sleep at that time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you. I'd imagine a printer turning on in earshot is probably terrifying at 2:30 in the morning. Those things are, with all the advancements in technology, the sound of turning on a printer is not subtle.
And then what happens to me is like, let me get paranoid, bro. So now I'm like, I've been waking out of my sleep and I'm like, damn, 2 times in a night. Yo, somebody messing with the electrical box? Are they creeping up on me like they did Tony Montana? Damn, bro. See,
do you use that voice when you're thinking through this? That's what it sounds like in your head. It's in that tone.
Yeah.
And you have reason to believe that people would be coming for you the same way they went after Tony Montana. I just want to be clear. We joke about the compound. I just want to make sure that we've got this laid out properly. You're fearful people are coming for you the way they came for Tony Montana. Scarface. Kenny is in fact Scarface of Elk Grove. All right. That's fine. No wonder Chris Haynes won't come on the show. 916-909-1320. Let's get our man Daniel in here. Daniel, brother, what's happening?
AC, man, I think you just want to be the outlier, just to be the outlier.
Wrong.
You're
dead wrong.
Obviously didn't listen to the morning roast.
I absolutely did.
3 hours. He spent 3 hours building a rock solid case against Shanahan, using his own words. Using what he said in the post-game show, directly contradicting what he said in his post-game conference. Dude got him hurt because he's an idiot. He doesn't know how to play a quarterback like Trey Lance. I go back and forth why he does this. Now, why did he draft him if he wasn't going to use him the way he played in college? I'd like to hear why that's the case.
Whoa. I'm going to be there, Daniel. What'd you just say?
He played under center in college, right?
Did you see the way he ran the ball in college? Daniel, did you see the way he ran the football in college? Was he running on the outside or was he running between the tackles?
Yes, but that wasn't his main game. That's
okay. All right. I just want to be perfectly clear. If you talk about playing the way he played in college, he was trucking people in college.
He run the quarterback. How many times did he run in the Cardinal game? I know you got that.
A whole bunch, like 13 times. Way too much. It was a lot. Entirely too much.
16 times. What about the Bears? Last week. How many times did he have to run? How many times did he run up the center between the tackles?
He's run the ball a lot.
Entirely too much. Entirely too much, Daniel.
Daniel, we appreciate you. We appreciate the passion. 916-909-1320. I believe the number that I conveniently appear to have not put in my notes in front of me is in his very brief NFL career. He's run the ball like 54 times. That's in 8 games. That includes games where he's not the starting quarterback. That includes last year where he stepped in and ran a play and scored a touchdown. It includes those games as well. But when you look at the games in which he actually played large chunks of minutes, the Seattle game where he came in for Jimmy Garoppolo, I think it was at halftime or close to it. He ran the ball 7 times. Daniel just mentioned the Arizona game. He ran it 16 times in that one. And then, of course, the week 17 game, he ran the ball 8 times. That was all last year. That's not even factoring in last week. Those are just the numbers that he had last year.
Right. And the thing about it, first and foremost, I ain't never gonna be no contrarian, just be no contrarian. That's not my bag. I talk about what I believe as I see it. If other people have different opinions of that, so be it. It's fine. The morning, come on, man. Bonte and Butcher, those are my guys. You know what I'm saying? Like if they look at it differently, they look at it differently. I don't disparage them for feeling a certain way. I know they wouldn't do the same for me. So ain't nobody looking at it to be different just to be different. I'm talking about what I see as I see it. And when you talk about Kyle Shanahan running Trey Lance entirely too much, I agree. I thought he ran him entirely too much. I also don't like any quarterback design runs. Ever. I don't care if you're Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyle Shanahan, or Trey Lance, Kyler Murray. I don't like them. I hated the Wildcat. I don't like
the Wildcat's not the same.
But it's the same. It's the same type of play, right? You just get the ball, snap it to a guy, and he runs into the lineman and the A gap and the B gap and all this other stuff. I don't like that, and I especially don't like it from your quarterback. So did Kyle Shanahan run Trey Lance too much? Absolutely, he did.
So I feel the need to point this out too. I was mentioning this to Jesse before the show started, and it's fresh in my mind because I watched. It didn't take much to watch Trey Lance's whole game this morning. He got hit a lot, even when he got rid of the ball. Mm-hmm. I think he got hit virtually every play that he didn't hand it off. I think he got hit. Even on completed passes, dropbacks, like he consistently got hit this week, and we all know how much he got hit last week. It's not just the design run play, the design run plays. I understand why you don't like those plays. I also understand when you've got a guy potentially like Trey Lance, and it's difficult to say you've got a guy like Trey Lance because we really don't know. We believe we know what his strong suits are, but we haven't been able to see it in the National Football League. We know that Lamar has a specific skill set that can separate him from everyone else. He has a specific skill set that can separate the Ravens from everyone else. I get why you try to take advantage of it, but you've got to understand it comes with a cost.
Yeah.
The cost is what we saw last night. The cost for Lamar Jackson individually is the fact that he's playing this year without a contract extension because people are concerned about his longevity because of how much he runs and how much he gets hit. He's been brilliant. It's not his fault they blew the Ravens blew a lead to the quarterback god Tua Tagovailoa yesterday, sharing that title with Joe Flacco apparently. We'll get to that later. But I get like it's a skill set that you could take advantage of that can separate your team from everyone else, but there is a downside. There is a downside for that quarterback, which Lamar and Trey Lance are both experiencing, and there's a downside for the team, which the San Francisco 49ers, they are experiencing, though it is an uncomfortable conversation to point out that their Super Bowl chances are probably exactly the same.
That's what I think. A lot of people think they're better or all this other stuff. I think they're the same.
If the 49ers' chances to win a Super Bowl are better because Jimmy Garoppolo is in, that's why Kyle Shanahan should be fired. Not because Trey got hurt, but because you drafted multiple picks to move up in the draft and get Trey Lance. And if that quarterback doesn't make you a better Super Bowl contender than the one that you previously had, that's the problem. So if you're of the belief that the 49ers are a bigger Super Bowl contender now, a better team with Jimmy Garoppolo, you're absolutely run with that. But also in the same breath, you got to point out, yeah, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch need to be fired because of that fact.
Well, that's a loaded situation as well, because it depends on what you believe, right? Today, are the 49ers a better team with Jimmy Garoppolo under center? That's to be determined. I don't believe they're a better team. I think they're the same. But a lot of people believe that they are better with Jimmy Garoppolo. But that's not when you have Super Bowl aspirations. It's not necessarily about who's better on September 18th. It's about who can get you over the hump, which is what you have not been able to get for 2 of the last 3 years. And if you feel like, hey, if Trey Lance, by the time the playoffs come around, we would have developed him and he would have been ready to be that extra piece that we haven't had in the playoffs the last couple of times to get us over the top. That's also something that needs to be factored in as well.
But it can't, but you said it's to be determined, but it can't be determined because Trey Lance isn't playing.
Right.
So it's just another question mark. We're literally just run last year back. Just run all of our Monday shows and our Tuesday show. Run them all back from last year because we're in the exact same situation. We're kicking the Jimmy Garoppolo can down the road. Wondering what's going to – nothing is different. Except this time, we're not wondering if Trey Lance is going to go into the game at any point. We're not saying, hey, I've seen enough of Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's put Trey Lance in. No one's clamoring for Brock Purdy. And it brings up a question that was all over social media, and this was amongst media members as well. Would Kyle Shanahan have run Trey Lance the way that he did if Brock Purdy was the backup and not Jimmy Garoppolo? And I'm not suggesting that Kyle purposely put him in harm's way.
Right.
I wonder if Kyle thought, okay, if he gets a little banged up, we're going to be all right.
I don't know.
I'm not talking broken ankle either. I'm talking banged up, like he misses plays, misses a half, misses a game, not misses the year.
Yeah, I don't know. And it's like, look, like Daniel's entitled to his opinion and how he feels, but it's a lot of the stuff that this is just me. This is just how I go about things. You guys know, after listening to me for 2 years, I don't really go in on coaches and players like that. That's not really my bag, because I think a lot of you guys go too far. Like Daniel coming on here talking about Kyle Shanahan's an idiot. Like, stop, bro. Stop. You know what I mean? Like, that's uncalled for. That's uncalled for. Did he make a mistake in running him too much? I think so. I wouldn't have ran Trey Lance pretty much at all, because that's not how I believe in playing football. I don't even run quarterbacks on Madden. I don't run no read options on there, right? Because there's just too many things that go on. But I heard a lot of stuff last night, and this isn't going to what you just said, but it reminded me of that. There's a lot of people out there that believe that Kyle Shanahan just kind of did this willy-nilly and was like, well, we've got backup, so I don't really care if Trey gets hurt or not. We got Jimmy here. And that is now we're getting into things where it's like, come on, man. Like that's what you really believe about Kyle Shanahan.
Is there a difference between I don't care if Trey gets hurt versus this is a risk I can afford to take? I mean, every snap, someone can get hurt.
That's the thing about it.
Every single snap. So no matter whether you're running a play call up the middle, a designed run up the middle, or an option up the middle, or you're trying to hit Debo in the flat.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing could happen. The same exact thing could have happened on a sack as this happened on that run play. But is there a difference between we have a little rope here that we could work with, that if I don't think you go into this with the conversation if Trey gets hurt, if Trey gets hurt, if this happens, if that happens. But you've got Jimmy Garoppolo there. That has to be Kyle Shanahan was the one who said we've got 2 starting quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. I don't believe it left his mind. I don't believe he operated with the idea of I don't care if Trey Lance gets hurt. But I think there's a difference between like callousness and calculation. I personally don't believe that. I don't, because I don't think I think he's thinking about what he has to do to win the game, what he believes he has to do. You don't think you're in a coach's meeting and Kyle Shanahan says we can really expose this defense. This defense is really bad up the middle. We can really work here with Trey. You think the conversation is exactly the same if Brock Purdy is the backup quarterback?
I do. And the reason why I say that is, and this isn't Kyle Shanahan, this is somebody else, so maybe it's not fair, but I don't think the Bills think about that. Who knows who their backup quarterback is? They run Josh Allen the way they feel they need to run him to win the game. And I just think I use that example because I think that's how a lot of these coaches think. They're trying to win the game.
I want to point out one other thing regarding Kyle, but Joe's been waiting patiently. Let's get to Joe. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in here. What's happening, Joe?
What's happening, fellas?
What's up, Joe?
It's too bad about Trey, man. You never want to see anybody get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But what's Kyle supposed to do? They drafted Trey because he had that extra element of running the ball. And so he gets hurt running the ball. Now it's Kyle Shanahan's fault. So I don't understand that or get that.
Yeah, because I wouldn't have ran him that way. But that's just me and how I go about looking at football. And other people feel the same way too. I'm not running no quarterback like he was running Trey. I'm just not. I'm not doing it. Like it gets messy. It gets crazy in the trenches. You're the quarterback. So whether they like to believe it or not, or maybe they'll say it too, but these defensive players, they get extra amped up when there's an opportunity to hit the quarterback. They're trying to take the quarterback out. And I understand the fine line between, they're not trying to injure somebody, but they're trying to send a message. So I'm not by any way saying they're trying to hurt these guys. It's not, but they get, quarterback's there, I can hit him. I'm about to light his ass up.
Here's a statement from the San Francisco 49ers that just went out to the media now. San Francisco 49ers quarterback Trey Lance underwent successful surgery on his injured right ankle this morning, an injury that occurred in yesterday's game versus the Seattle Seahawks. Surgery was performed at Stanford Hospital and repaired 2 injuries to Lance's ankle, fibula fracture and ligament disruption. Lance will start the rehab process, and head team physician Dr. Tim McAdams is confident that he will recover completely in time for a full return in the 2023 season. That again,
is terrible, man.
According to the San Francisco 49ers.
It's terrible. That just sucks, man. I wish him a speedy recovery. I hope I hope he's able to, like, I hope this injury doesn't hinder his career. Like, if he just doesn't get it because, you know, he doesn't develop, but physically is what I'm talking about. I hope it doesn't hinder his career. You know, it's just sad to see. It really is.
916-909-1320. Our brother Tony Edwards. Tony, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, as we were silent, waiting on the phone there for a minute, I don't know if anybody brought this up, but I think one important aspect about Kyle's decision-making with Trey as the starter is if Trey gets hurt, he can't look right. Him and John Lynch, you both don't know if they made the right decision with their draft pick, right? So there's no way he would put Trey in harm's way intentionally, just thinking, hey, I have Jimmy as a backup, because he can never prove himself right. He can never make that draft pick moving up to get Trey look valid, right?
Right.
So as it stands, you know, we got Jimmy on the back shelf. Cool, but I'm still not going to throw Trey out there now. We all agree he runs Trey way too much, but he can never look like he validated that draft pick if he does continue to put Trey out there in harm's way. I don't know what you guys feel about that, but thanks for the time, fellas.
No, I appreciate you, Tony.
And I think I understand where Tony was going, and if we're on the same page, I agree with him. For all those people that, because I think Daniel said it, but I heard it elsewhere as well. Everybody likes to label Kyle Shanahan as a narcissist and arrogant, and his ego's in the way. You can't have it both ways. You can't think that way about Kyle Shanahan and not think that he wanted to show everybody that he was right in the decision to go with Trey Lance, right? Like, you can't think that, oh, he didn't care about Trey, and if he gets hurt, you know, it doesn't matter because I have Jimmy. No, if he is the narcissist and the arrogant person that you claim he is, he's going to do whatever to make it look like he is 100% right in going with Trey Lance. Does that make sense? And do you think that's where Tony was going with it? Yeah,
absolutely. That's 100% where Tony was going, and I agree with him. I think that makes complete sense. I think one thing that Kyle's press conference didn't come across well. Like, I think he
about that too.
He kind of,
I know it's going to come out as I'm defending everything Kyle Shanahan.
Well, that's fine. I'll cue it up. I'll cue it up. That's fine. I'm not defending him, though. Like, I thought the press conference came across poorly in, oh, did you see what Buffalo did? Or, oh, do you see what Josh Allen does? That's not the response when your quarterback gets injured. I understand in that situation, he's probably agitated by the questions he's getting asked. But he's got to face that. He's got to own it, and he's got to deal with it. And, oh, look at what this is happening, and look at what they're doing. And he's capable of explaining why he plays Trey the way that he does. Mm-hmm. And saying, oh, this is what Buffalo does, or, well, this is what this person does, or this team does. That was, I don't think that was a good look for him in that moment.
I understand that for sure. I'll just say this. He's a human being, man. He's a human being. And 9 times out of 10, Kyle Shanahan says what he's supposed to say. And in this case, this kid, number one, deep down inside, he's probably already feeling guilty about getting the guy hurt.
And that's fine.
And now you got guys attacking you, talking about you got him hurt. And you
have to face that.
You know, these things go on where the PR guy, before Kyle hits the podium, hey, there's a lot of talk on there that you got Trey Lance hurt. Like, people are blaming you for this. Just be aware of that when these questions are coming.
Yep.
He's a human being. He got in a situation where he got defensive about what happened, and he said something. He said something,
and that's all I'm pointing out is that I feel like he handled it wrong. That's what I'm pointing out. Like, when you take that stage and you mess up, you own it. You come on this show, you mess up, you have to own it. I come on this show, I mess up, I have to own it. Kyle has to own this.
And I'll say this: what never gets played, or what people don't pay attention to, I think, in this situation, is he came out and he said, man, I wish I wouldn't have called that play. Knowing what happened, I wish I wouldn't have called that play. If I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have done that.
And that could have just been the standard line. Just keep. I mean, because really it comes off as you're defensive about yourself, and it takes where any conversation about Trey Lance should be nothing past sympathy. This sucks. It sucks for him. It sucks for our organization.
Right.
The end.
Then
I shouldn't have called the play. I said that earlier. I'll repeat it again. I shouldn't have called the play.
in that respect,
people were pushing him. I get it. I get
Right.
people. I think I know who was pushing him. In that, the voice sounded awfully familiar in that particular.
And they already don't like him.
And that's
You know what I'm saying? Like if Mayoko is asking that question, he may not answer that. But the dude who's asking, they already don't like. They already know what he's about.
But everyone's there. That's the thing. We're all watching the same thing. It's not a private one-on-one discussion. I sympathize with athletes and coaches and everybody who has to take the podium in those moments immediately following the game. They're tough, but that just added fuel to that Kyle Shanahan fire already. You got baited by somebody who you already have issues with,
right.
And it turned into this. Oh man, Kyle's kind of a jerk,
right? And all I'm saying, because I agree with you. It was a bad look. Shouldn't say it. Just if worst case scenario, just hit him with Rasheed Wallace. Both teams played hard or whatever you got to do.
That's it.
I understand that. All I'm presenting to everybody else out there is we're not dealing with robots, man. We're not dealing with robots. And that's the thing that I always think about when these guys talk in interviews, talk after games, talk whenever. We're not dealing with robots. Everybody likes to think they know exactly. Me included. I like to think I know what I would say in that situation. We don't know. We don't know because we're not in it. Half you people can't handle people telling you're wrong on Twitter, let alone if you're at the podium and somebody's challenging you. So, yeah, man, I wish he would have handled it differently. I wish he would have just stayed with the simple line. And he didn't. He looked defensive. He looked rattled, not in a arrogant way, but like
he's down, emotional. He's upset.
Deep down, probably like feels like, man, I put him in a bad spot or something like that. Like I think he feels that way.
There's another piece to that has to be addressed, and it's the RG3 component to this that just was far too prevalent on social media last night. So we'll dive into that. We've got our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing coming up as well. And I don't know when, but at some point we probably should talk about the game. Like I don't know the actual game. I don't know when that'll happen, but we're going to try to do it. Thankfully, we've got another 3+ hours here with you on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Appreciate you guys tapping in today. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't yet, please. We got to ramp up our like efforts again. So hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're new. If you're a 49er fan checking in for the first time, welcome. Please become a subscriber and hit the thumbs up while you're here. We'd greatly appreciate it.
Jacob, I disagree. First of all, no, they're not paying me. There's that. And then second of all, I said a bunch of times, like I would not have ran him like that. Like I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. I would not have ran Trey Lance, but I wouldn't have ran any quarterback, to be honest with you. And here's the thing that I always say, Jacob and everybody else. He started off with saying maybe it's too much that. Jesse, can we get the sound of him when he said I wouldn't have made that play call? Because I think he said something to the effect of like, I wouldn't have made that play call if, knowing what would have happened, but that's the way we would have played, something like that. Like he kind of doubled down, apologized, but doubled down or something like that. And like I always say, like, what do you this is what I feel people like Jacob want Kyle to say. This is what I believe they want him to say. Kyle's asked that question by Jacob. Jacob, you're right. I'm an idiot. I'm a goddamn idiot. And this is all my fault. This is my fault that Trey got hurt and I should be fired. I really should. And I shouldn't call games anymore. I think that's what people like Daniel and Jacob want Kyle to say. And how realistic is that?
Probably not realistic at all.
Check one,
Yeah,
check
I
two.
hear.
Yeah,
I hear Kenny. Oh, this is cool. I didn't see this. Shoot. The crowd.
Want to be the Raiders.
Oh, that's cool.
What was that?
Also, the kickoff for the Raiders.
There's the Allegiant Stadium reacting to the Aces winning
Oh,
the WNBA championship.
that's dope.
That's
I'm
pretty
telling you, I want to go to that damn parade. The way Adrian was talking, I want to go. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I just couldn't remember exactly what he said.
I might be able to find it. Apparently, we're a kink they got to work through. Let's see. No. I think part of it is if I just don't bring it up, I think they wonder if, hey, just don't say nothing. Okay.
Hey.
All right. I have the clip.
Okay.
It's. I don't think it's exactly what you thought it was. Anytime a guy gets hurt, I wish I didn't call that. That's a football play we believe in and something that gives him a chance to be real successful in the league. I don't know if there's another one, but that's the one that
I think that's the one I
95.7
was talking about. Yeah.
That's the one 95.7 posted.
That's the one I was talking about, I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the gift and the curse of a football family.
And one thing about that is comes with the territory. It's the nature of the beast, man. You're the head coach in the NFL, more importantly. You're the head coach,
You're the head coach of the 49ers.
49ers.
Yeah.
It's part of the territory. So I don't feel sorry for Kyle Shanahan for having to deal with all this, but I just think people
It comes with the territory. It's the stuff that you have to. It's the stuff that you have to deal with. We've got our ACR Solar and Roofing. Ceiling is the roof performance of the night coming up here in just a heartbeat. I want to get back into this conversation. Let's get to Leezy first, though. 916-909-1320. Leezus. What's happening, bro?
Yo, D-Lo and Casey, how you guys doing, man?
What's
Calm
up,
down,
HAL?
bro.
What's up,
Dial it
HAL?
back. Dial it back a little bit, bro.
My bad. It's Monday. You know what? I'm too pumped up. You're right. I just had a quick.
You cut that amino energy dose in half in the morning, man.
Hey, real talk. I'm on that Jerry Rice goat fuel right now. But anyway, quick comment and quick question. Casey, man, I know you were high on Trey, and I wouldn't be selling Trey stock, but I don't think you really have to worry, man. I kind of seen this movie before, Wentz and Foles. Everybody wanted Wentz to play. He gets hurt. Foles carries it out and wins the Super Bowl. Jimmy's gotten there he's gotten to the Super Bowl. I think, Niners shouldn't be hitting the panic button. But my real question why I called in was, what do you think about Trey going into next season? Do you really think he's going to be able to be the guy? Because it's going to be year 3, and he's going to have pretty much little to no real experience going forward. So what's your outlook on, next year?
Man, I don't know.
I'm concerned about it.
know.
Said that at the jump.
I have no idea, because that is a question mark for this franchise. You don't know, like my first thought, the way that I'll tell you how I would do it. How they're going to do it, I don't know. The way I would do it is I would come back if Trey is healthy and the timeline's fine and he's healthy, I'd come back as he'd be QB1. I am, however, it also kind of depends on what they feel about Brock Purdy. But let's just say, because there's some people who really like Brock Purdy and think he's good. I didn't really see that. Like, I'm not really convinced of that. So we'll go on my thinking since I'm running the team right now. I'm not sold on Brock Purdy. I'm drafting a quarterback. Doesn't have to be, I don't have a first round pick. Doesn't have to be second round or anything like that. I'm drafting a quarterback.
Well,
like,
third round's going to a running back, so
that won't play. That actually looks solid. Who looks solid? Like, why couldn't he play the other day? Like, he got that much better in 7 days.
We'll get to Ty Davis Price, but that pop for that big run, boy, I was like, see, Kyle, and then like he gets swallowed up on his next like 6 carries. I was all in Kyle Shanahan's face after that first one from Ty Davis Price. You couldn't have told me nothing after that first run. I think he gained 2 yards the rest of the game, but that first run, that was a glorious moment for you.
But I'm drafting a quarterback, and one guy. Like, I just saw him recently, so that's why I'm thinking about him. But the young man, his name is escaping me right now. Ramsey, I know. The quarterback out of Fresno State. Like, I saw him last year when he played for Fresno State, went into UCLA in the Rose Bowl and won that game. On Saturday, they got beat down, but I don't think he looks that's the type of guy I'd be going after. Not somebody that's
Jake
Renner?
Hainer?
Yeah, Hainer.
His season's
like
over. He got carted off the field in that game.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. I didn't even see that. I guess it was too big to fight.
There was a fight Saturday?
It's the second time, Jesse. It's the second time.
High ankle sprain during the third quarter. Was this? Yeah, this was Saturday. Yeah, high ankle sprain. I mean, I don't know.
But granted, that's the type of guy I'd be looking for in college. Like, you have to prepare for that. But Jimmy Garoppolo coming back, like, I don't see how that you make that happen financially. Really
that's tough. Let's get to TC here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, brother?
Hey, what's up with my 2 brothers?
What's up, TC?
Oh, man, I mean, what's up, Kenny? I mean, it goes back to Kyle, bro. I'm just vent a little bit. I mean, it goes back to Kyle about his decision-making and drafting Trey Lance when at the end of the day, they didn't even really want the kid, bro. I mean, the team didn't want him. I mean, you seen when Jimmy came in. I mean, no matter how you look at it, I mean, Trey wasn't wanted. He didn't let him properly develop. He ran him like 15 times a game, never let him pass. We don't even know what he was as a passer. Everybody say his mechanics was bad, but we didn't have a chance to even see it because he only threw like 2 passes a game and ran up the middle. And it's not like Kyle Shanahan, like giving Kyle Shanahan a pass. Kyle Shanahan can't get any passes, bro, because it's because of him. And I know you like him, Kenny. There's a lot of fans that like dude, but the dude, he's a major issue, bro. And I know a lot of fans are scared, like, oh, we let Kyle go, we're going back to losing. Well, you don't know that. If you move on from Kyle is a great offensive coordinator. He's not a leader of men, bro. He needs to be an OC, and we need a real head coach.
Don't let TC go yet. I want to ask him a question. TC,
calling him Extreme TC. ETC, ETC,
TLC, TC. What? So it means nothing to you. They've gotten to the NFC Championship 2 times in 2 years.
I mean, that's a couple winning seasons. You know, Harbaugh had a couple winning seasons, bro. We crowning this guy like he won like 5 Super Bowls.
Who's crowning him? We crowned to that point, TC. We crowned Harbaugh, didn't we?
I mean, yeah.
So because we don't like Kyle, or he gets a little more attention or praise than we're comfortable with, he don't get credit for going to 2 NFC Championship games in 3 years.
We moved on from Harbaugh too, bro, with his arrogance. You get what I'm saying? It's about his arrogance getting in the way of the performance.
Okay.
Appreciate you, TC.
Yeah, I thought that was extreme. And that's kind of what happens with Kyle Shanahan.
ETC. Yeah, that was.
I mean, look, people talking about he don't let Trey Lance
can't.
throw the ball. I mean, I'll pull it up. Wasn't he like 13 to 28 in the rain the other day?
Yeah, I just can't get past the part nobody wanted him.
Come on, man.
Like Kyle mortgaged his future on Trey Lance. Like he bet a lot on him, potentially his job and John's job. And this does not benefit Kyle Shanahan in any way. That's the part that if I feel like if people really thought about this, was the point. I think it was Daniel mentioned earlier or Tony, but Kyle needs this to succeed. Jimmy's not back next year. There's virtually no situation where Jimmy Garoppolo is back next year. Or I can frame this for people who aren't big into the salary cap. There's no situation where Jimmy Garoppolo is back next year and Nick Bosa signed long term.
Right.
They signed Fred Warner. They did all of this other stuff with their money. Like it's not there for them. And I don't think you punt on Trey Lance. But again, that doesn't mitigate the fact that I'm concerned about the fact that another year he's not going to be able to develop. But still, like I don't think you punt on him either.
And here's the thing, because we bring up the extreme scenario, right? Like, what if Jimmy wins a Super Bowl? What do you do? David, I think you know me enough to know what I'm about to say.
You don't care.
Don't give a damn. If Jimmy wins a Super Bowl, if the Niners win the 6th Super Bowl, me and you can split time at starting quarterback, at QB1 for the Niners if they win 6. I don't care. I don't care. Like, I don't. And if they don't win with Jimmy Garoppolo, there'll be people who are like, well, he can't get you over the hump, so you'll be moving on anyway. Like, that's the craziest thing. Like, I really don't care. So
just get number 6.
Just get number 6. That is it. That's all that matters. And I will thank Jimmy, and Jimmy will always eat for free, as my man Bonte Hill likes to say, in Sacramento and San Francisco forever. He will be goated out here, and I will wish him the best where he goes next.
Jimmy Garoppolo's not eating free in Sacramento if they win a Super Bowl. San Francisco, maybe. Would you taking him out every time?
I didn't say it was me. I'm talking about guys like a Devil May Care. Hey, put his ice cream on the house, not on my tab. I ain't got no Damien Barley money. Don't put it on my tab.
Nobody buys that.
I ain't got that Sarah Hodges money. Don't put it on my tab.
It's true. Them charters, 916-909-1320. And ain't nobody got Miss P money.
Oh, yeah.
916-909-1320. Sean, what's good, baby?
Yo, my brother from another mother. Shout out Jesse behind the boys. I've never heard so much doom and gloom from Niner fans after a win over Seattle, man. Like, I gotta stand up for my man Shanahan a little bit, man. It's not just KC playing Captain Save him. He's out there trying to put his quarterback in the best possible position to win, man. That means doing plays, running plays that are comfortable for him, going all the way back to college. I mean, he I don't even remember what the stat is, but how many games has he started since high school? It's something so minuscule, it's ridiculous.
Right.
And it worked out when you look at guys like Cam Newton, man. That rookie year with a bunch of running plays, Colin Kaepernick with Harbaugh, a bunch of run pass option plays. You got to get the guy comfortable so he can go out there and excel. So I'm not mad at all. It was a freak injury. No one was yelling at Shanahan Sr. when Ed McCaffrey broke his leg, catching the ball, going right up the middle. So you got to let that stuff go, Niner Nation. But, I got to leave y'all with a quick question.
Always.
In light of this injury, fam, which starting QB injury that gave way to a more epic starting QB run would y'all rank in the top 5? Bledsoe for Brady, Romo for Dak, Trey now for Jimmy, Breeze for Rivers, or Wentz for Foles? Give me y'all top 5. I'll take it off the air. Y'all keep it real peasy, brothers.
My man.
You left out Flacco and Lamar.
Yeah, they're two. But I mean, he asked to rank them, so that's fine.
I can't even remember all of them.
I thought he was saying like which one. I mean, there's only one.
Tony and Dak. Bledsoe and Brady.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Bledsoe. Well, I guess it just depends how you look, because Bledsoe was still a good quarterback after that.
Yeah. Tony Romo was a good quarterback. Well,
no, he wasn't. He retired.
Well, no, I mean after that. But like,
no, he
Bledsoe was
retired.
No.
He
I'm
never
talking
played.
You're clarifying that as saying after that. Yeah, Bledsoe was cool. Like he was cool. Did he even make the playoffs?
He got replaced by Tony Romo, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't it Bledsoe that got replaced at halftime by Tony Romo against the Giants?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the top one. Dak and Romo is up there just because I don't think Tony Romo ever played again.
He said Phillip Rivers and Drew Brees. That might be ahead of Dak and
Tony
Romo.
Drew Brees went on to win a Super Bowl.
Right, like as far
in
as
New Orleans.
Like that's above.
Maybe I don't know. I'm just prolonging the fact I don't understand the question. I guess I just don't understand what we're doing. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. For those who aren't familiar, if you got an electric vehicle, you can listen to the show on 98.5 FM HD2. Or if you just have an HD radio, you can listen to us on that as well.
Go ahead. I was just going to ask you, can I ask a question about kind of like what Sean said and something I was thinking about as well?
Yeah, I want to make sure we bring up the RG3
absolutely.
Stuff too. So go
absolutely. ahead. So when you talk about like this injury, right? And Trey Lance going down, getting hurt or whatever the case may be. And they're like, shouldn't have ran him. Like that's why he got hurt, and it increases the probability and all this other stuff. Where do you lie on the thought that it's football? Like it's football. And no, you don't want to run him. Yes, you probably increase the probability of him getting injured. But like people are like, don't run him. Don't run him. Like you increase the probability of him getting hurt. The goriest, nastiest injuries I've ever seen are from guys that sit in the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like Alex Smith was not running when he almost got his leg chopped in half.
Yeah.
Theismann, all these other guys. Justin Herbert the other day almost lost all his ribs. It felt like he wasn't running around. Like it is football. And the injury to Trey, this is just me because I'm paranoid by nature. But I feel like that's something that could happen every play. Legs get tangled up, people get knocked backwards, stuff, cleats get caught in the ground, all this other stuff. That I don't want to say it was a freak play or nothing like that, but it wasn't. Play. Yeah, like unfortunately, those things happen, and like to say like, oh, Kyle's at fault for it or whatever. Like I said, he could have dropped back in the pocket and got hurt. Just as bad even worse. Dak's situation, they said don't run him in between the tackles. Dak was outside the tackles. Yeah. You know, like what do you think about that?
I think you're 100% right in the assessment. It's football. It could happen at any time. I also believe in calculated risks. And I think that's what a mobile quarterback is it's a calculated risk. Mm-hmm. A quarterback that, and I'm not talking about a mobile quarterback like Tony Romo was a mobile quarterback. I'm talking about a designed run type of mobile quarterback. It's a calculated risk. You're increasing the likelihood of a player getting injured, because I think Chris and Kyle had the stat on Candlestick Chronicles that Trey has slid once, and it was in a preseason game, and he ran the ball 13 times versus Chicago.
Yeah,
and he slid once all year. So it's you're putting your most important offensive player and arguably your most important player, period, in a greater range of harm than you would if he sat back in the pocket. There's obviously a risk when you're sitting in the pocket, as you just laid out. But I think the risk of injury increases when you step away. I think the risk of injury increases when you head up the middle. The risk of injury increases when you don't slide. Like I think anytime you run plays like that, it's a calculated risk. And Kyle thought it could work. And the really uncomfortable truth is, at least in that game, it was.
Yeah.
It was working. Mm-hmm. Like from the way that they were running the ball collectively as a team, to the fact that Trey Lance was also connecting with guys, through the air. The game plan that Kyle had put into place at the time of the injury was working.
Right.
And unfortunately, the calculation didn't pay off, and he got hurt.
And here's the other thing, and I want to be perfectly clear. I'll say this again, a number of different times. I didn't like the play call. I never liked the play call of having the quarterback run. I don't like. That's just. I'm gonna say it every hour on the hour here on the 15th. It's gonna be a power comment.
I like it. I like it
all the time. I don't like that.
Yeah.
If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm probably never calling any type of run. I just don't like it. I don't think Kyle should have called it. I don't like my quarterbacks doing that. At the same time, let me say
but
this.
The good news is he's probably not going to again.
Probably not. Although he did run an RPO with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, I missed that.
Later in the game.
I missed that.
Around the goal line. Yeah.
Oh, he did. That's right. I think he called it twice, come to think about it. Because didn't he get in once and didn't get in? He didn't get in. The other time was like a sneak.
I think he might have done it like 3 times. Because on the one, I feel like he might have called one when on the goal line saying when they were got the field goal blocked. I think he called it on one of those plays, but who knows?
Yeah,
he did call it again, though.
If we ever get to the game, don't forget that part where the field goal gets blocked.
Yeah, that was frustrating. We should have had a shutout.
But, well, it was frustrating, but it was also dumb.
Very, I agree.
It was stupid.
The other thing I want to say though is we also can't have it both ways, right? Because Damian, all week, what did I talk about? What did this chat talk about? You talked about it a lot. I did everything but, like, I came right to the edge all the time of saying this was a must-win game.
Mm-hmm.
Win the game. That's all that matters, is win the game.
I think we settled on a really, really need to win game versus a must-win game.
That's all that mattered, was win the game. So if Kyle Shanahan and everybody, you talk about calculated risk, he's like, it's a risk, but man, we have to win. We have to win. There's no time to develop. There's no time to play it safe, do all this other stuff. We have to win. So if Kyle Shanahan looked at like what, and this is why I say like McDermott or whoever isn't thinking about who's the backup quarterback, because I think these guys think about, let me call the plays that is going to give us the best chance to win. That is all that matters. And Kyle Shanahan came up with the scripted plays, the first 15, 20 plays. Like, this is what's going to get us started the best, because we got to get off to a fast start. We have to win. And that's what happened. So when I say you can't have it both ways, you can't sit up here and say protect, protect, protect. And then, like everybody else is saying, can't go 0-2. Can't go down 0-2. You have to win this game. Well, if you have to win this game, and the way the best chance you get and the closest you can get to guaranteeing a win is by running the ball 45 times with Debo, running backs, and quarterback, then that's what you're gonna do. Once again, I would have tried a different way. If that one gave you a 90% chance of winning, and the one I have where you don't run the quarterback gives you a 75% chance of winning, I would have took the 75% just because I'm cautious by nature. But I mean, that's the mindset of football coaches and football players. Like, I'll worry about all that later. This is
You're both cautious and paranoid by nature. We've learned here today.
They're coming after me like Tony Montana out here.
That's as we've learned that as well. 916-909-1320. Let's get our brother Tim in here. Tim, what's going on, man?
Gentlemen, really good to talk to you. How you doing today?
We're good. And how you doing, big dog?
all good, buddy. Hey, TC about 20 minutes ago made a really good point I want to follow up on.
Mm-hmm.
He mentioned that Kyle was potentially not a leader, or a leader of men, as he called it.
Mm-hmm.
I would say just a leader. And I feel like he needs to be the smartest guy in the room. He needs, I don't see him rallying people. I don't see him. You remember when Jimmy scored that little sneaker touchdown and the whole team freaked out, and big smiles and all that?
Mm-hmm.
That's the team telling him, like, dude, we're a team. We got this. It's not about you. And I just felt like, whether you go back to Atlanta OC and him outthinking himself and losing a Super Bowl, I just feel like he has to be the smartest guy in the room and leader of men, leader of people, not men. They're trying to bring other people up. They're working hard to make others get the credit. And TC brought that up, and I thought he made a really good point.
Appreciate you, Tim.
Yeah, Tim, I'm going to be honest. I don't terribly disagree with Tim in that regard. I do think Kyle, I think it's weird that Kyle's probably the only offensive coordinator in history who gets blamed for a Super Bowl loss. I honest to God can't think of another one.
And to your point, for ruining RG3's career.
And we're going to get to that. He was like
the ball quality control guy on the team.
We've got to get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that. I don't think Tim is terribly off there. I think there is something to that.
Let me push back on that just a little bit. Once again, should I say?
Do it in a minute. We'll come back. We'll talk about that. We'll get to the RG3 thing. We'll give out our ceiling is the roof performance of the night. I just want to tell you something before we go to break. For those that are watching on Twitch and YouTube, I don't know why it's so glaring today. It's really hard for me to look at you and see my face on your shirt. I don't know why. It's not the first time you've ever worn that, but for some reason, it's really, really glaring today. You can get a shirt with D-Lo and Casey's face on it over at DLoandCasey.com. There's a lot more we've got to discuss here. The phone lines remain open for you. 916-909-1320 is D-Lo and Casey here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Sacramento Kings Media Day next week, next Monday.
This is we'll have to get like super into it, but are we gonna reach our goal by Media Day?
I don't think so.
Because technically, things are still on track. Technically,
they are.
Like they have to get it done in the next 4 days, probably, but technically they're on track.
I honestly don't think they've figured out how to create room for everyone. Specifically, I don't think they figured out how to create room for us. And so I don't know. Maybe we'll learn something tomorrow morning. Just strictly a guess on my part, but I don't think so. Part of me feels like if I never bring it up again, it just won't happen.
Yeah, right.
Like, just wait till he says something. If I don't ever say anything again, they'll be thrilled to be like, finally, he shut up.
You know, Roddy, I think about this as well. I feel like, I don't know if it's him or David Patrick or both, but it sounds like, I think it was Troy who was like, nah, I want to be here. Like, I want to build this up. And I hope that's true. But if like UCLA came to him with like $60 million or whatever they're paying these coaches, like, I don't know.
And that's all right.
Yeah. That's selfishly we want him to stay because of what he's doing for Sac State. But if he got that opportunity
Get that bag.
I'd be like, bro, if you don't go get that money, Sac State will be all right. They'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Hey, Rich from everywhere is in Shreveport, Louisiana. Never been there.
Me neither.
I was kind of frustrated with Red Zone yesterday. Like after the Niners game. They kept showing so much of the stupid Broncos and Texans game. I was like, if you don't turn it back to that's what it was. The Rams were about to blow that lead, and Mariota was lining up. They're like, we'll be back to this. Let's go back to Russell Wilson. He's got a 3rd and 4 with 8 minutes to go. What? Get back to the Falcons game. Craziness. Brad, man, you trolling, bro. You're trolling, man. You got to be trolling. You can't be this
Brad,
wrong all the time.
I ain't even,
You can't be
even
wrong all
wasting
the
my
time. You gotta. It's just you messing with us, man. You messing with us. Bigger than the injury that brought in the greatest quarterback to ever play. Okay.
Odyssey app's a great way to listen to us. A great way to watch us is twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can see these wonderful hoodies that we're wearing that are available over at DeLoandCasey.com. We haven't had a chance to break out. Well, I'm wearing a hoodie. Kenny's wearing a crew neck. We haven't had an opportunity to break these out in quite a while. Probably really don't need them today, but it feels awfully good to have these on for the first time this season. And it'll be 90 by Saturday, so it's kind of a one and done here. Before we get back
to a little preview of the fall.
Before we get back to the 49ers, there's plenty more to discuss. Let's take care of business here.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Get your roof looked at. You don't want any leaks here. If we actually get rain this season, you don't want any of that water creeping into your beautiful home. Maybe you need that new roof. Maybe solar panels are the look for you. Lower those energy bills. Whatever it may be, ACR Solar and Roofing can take care of you. Give my man John a call. 916-481-7200. The Las Vegas Aces on their second trip to the WNBA Finals. Third, if you count their run as the San Antonio Silver Stars, are finally WNBA champions. And Chelsea Gray is the winner of the MVP. And the ceiling is the roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. They were dialed in yesterday for sure. Connecticut put up a hell of a fight, but that WNBA Finals came to an end in the manner we thought it would. Las Vegas running away 3-1.
Yeah, man, that was congratulations to the Las Vegas Aces, man. What a playoff run! What a performance by Chelsea Gray. Just phenomenal. Asia Wilson, she had a great MVP of the league. Big up to her. Kelsey Plum, who I thought was going to win MVP. What a season by her. Becky Hammond coming in there first year, being the person to kind of put these guys over the top. Just a great season from the Aces, and absolutely well deserved. That was the best team all year. The best team won.
And congratulations to Mark Davis, their owner, who is a champion. So congratulations to.
Because this was the bad thing about that game yesterday. I didn't see any of it. I'm gonna go back and watch it.
Mhm.
But was Mark Davis there, or was he in?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, he was there.
I assumed he would have been there because he's at all the Aces games, so
Yeah.
they got a chance to win it all. I would assume he would have been there as opposed to the.
He was
Raiders
absolutely there. Yeah, so congratulations to the Las Vegas Aces. We'll get to the Raiders. Sure, Raider fans can't wait for that.
Wow.
And really an amazing day in the NFL. Amazingly great performances and head-scratching bad performances. But we'll get to all of that if we have time. Thankfully, we're here every day, 4 hours a day. Back to Kyle Shanahan, as we have yet to actually discuss the fact that the 49ers beat the Seahawks yesterday, and the one score was a special team score. The defense played really, really well. The offensive line actually held up pretty strong. There are some high notes to hand out in that game. Just the unfortunate part is the low notes. Well, it's a low note, and it's as low as you can possibly get. And a lot of the blame for Trey Lance's injury is going to Kyle Shanahan. And you saw a lot on social media yesterday about Kyle Shanahan's time in Washington and blaming him for ruining RG3's career. And I think there's a lot of things that you can criticize about Washington and the handling of Robert Griffin III. The criticism shouldn't start with Washington, though they could be at the top of the list. And Mike Shanahan probably had a lot more pull in that organization than Kyle Shanahan had, given it was like 13 years ago or whatever.
Kyle was like 21.
They ran.
I'm exaggerating, but yeah.
They threw RG3 out there when he was injured. There's no question about that. That wasn't Kyle. That was Mike. But I think when you talk about ruining RG3's career, that honor, that proclamation goes to the National Football League, because they decided they were going to put Robert Griffin III in the opening night football game. You want more people to blame? Who was RG3 with at the time? Was it Adidas or Under Armour?
No, I think it was Adidas.
Adidas ran a campaign all off season long about him coming back and being ready for that game. The NFL and that trash apparel company put Robert Griffin III in a situation where he had to be ready for that. Remember, he got hurt headed into the playoffs.
He got hurt. So there was two different injuries. He got hurt. If I had to guess, like maybe 4 or 5 games before the final game of the regular season. Maybe missed 2 or 3 games, came back, and then played in the wild card game where he got hurt again.
Really, really hurt.
Yeah, he tore his ACL in that game.
And the NFL and Adidas built their whole off-season campaign on RG3 coming back and playing in that opening night game. That, to me, is equally as detrimental as what Mike Shanahan did by having RG3 out there in that wild card game. And I know the line will always be, oh, he wanted to play. Every athlete, Trey Lance wants to play Sunday. He wants to play Sunday night versus the Denver Broncos. He cannot, and it is up to the doctors, and it is up to the team officials, and it's up to the coaches to say, yeah, dog, no. George Kittle probably wanted to play week 1. 2, no, bro, you cannot. That's their job. They're like, yeah, let's build a whole offseason campaign out of this. That is what screwed up Robert Griffin III's career, not Kyle Shanahan.
Right. And even more,
he was never healthy when he came back, and it was so glaringly obvious.
Oh. And even more so to that point, I'm being facetious, because Kyle Shanahan was like the assistant offensive coordinator.
He was Dwight Schrute. He was the assistant to the offensive coordinator.
I get that. I haven't seen it, but I get that.
I don't think
reference.
you do.
No, it's funny.
Do.
I mean, it's not hard to get. That's pretty funny. That is funny. Yeah, man, come on now. You know what I'm saying? It's not like San Francisco. That was 10 years ago, 10, 12, 11 years ago. Kyle Shanahan was not running that franchise.
I needed to look this up just because it sounded off. RG3 missed one game that at the end of that year.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, he played 15 games.
He missed week 14, yeah, and then he came back and he played week 16, 17, and as you know,
I was thinking about that last night when somebody had brought it up, and the play that he got hurt on was, and I don't know if it was, I don't think it was like a design run. I think he was scrambling, and he got like helicoptered, and his legs slammed into a Ravens player's helmet or whatever, and that's I don't know what the diagnosis was at that time, but that's what caused him to miss a game. And
it was the second injury that was far worse.
Right. That's where he slipped on and you want to talk about NFL. I remember specifically they were talking about that turf that was out there. And because that played into whether or not he should have played too. Because they're like, yo, this turf is bad. Y'all can't put him out there on this field. And there was a snap, mishandled snap. He reached to go get it, leg buckled towards ACL. So that's what happened there.
Big time stunner that FedEx Field was trash. I don't know, may not have been FedEx Field at the time.
No, it was FedEx at the time. Yeah.
Man, FedEx really in there for the long haul with this team, aren't they?
Man.
Goodness gracious. You want to get Mitch, or did you want to add to that?
Go ahead. Let's go to Mitch. I don't want to be lambasted on Twitter for not getting the minute. Let's get to my man Mitch.
What's happening, Mitch?
How you guys doing? First of all, glad you guys had a good weekend, enjoyed the sports, but while I was on hold, I can't hear anything. I'm not a guest at Johnny Carson or Jay Leno here.
Yeah, we're
this new system. Until you pull me on.
Oh, Mitch, I'm really sorry that you can't hear the station when you're on hold. Our new setup is far from perfect, and I'm terribly sorry that it is not set up currently to your liking. We would like to get that corrected as the days and weeks move along.
I feel like the episode with Kramer when he had brought in I forgot what show said, but that's how it feels like, George said. Anyway, who's going to get hurt for the 49ers? Who's going to get hurt this coming week for the 49ers? They went to deep running backs. I like the two rookies there, Mason. I was looking forward to E.J. Mitchell, but he decided to get hurt last week. Now it's Trey Lance. Now we have to wait another year. It's suspense. It's like who. Well, I won't go into politics there. I was going to bring up the Kennedys, John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, but you got to wait 10 years. It's like, when are we going to see Trey Lance?
My guy worked in Kramer, John, and Robert Kennedy, and someone named E.J. Mitchell. Oh man, it's never dull. That's why Jesse bookmarks those on YouTube.
Man,
they're never
love Mitch, man.
They're never dull. I literally can't wait every time he calls to hear what he's going to say.
And
that is spectacular.
What I thought he was going to bring up, and please, I know this is Damien. Please just bear with me for no more than a minute 30, maybe 2 minutes. I know this is a 49er Monday. Everything in the world in Northern California, 49er fans is talking about the 49ers. But I have to bring this up because I thought Mitch was going to bring it up. The Giants got swept over the weekend. Who gives a damn, right? Like, this was probably the least exciting or I even cared about Giants-Dodgers series in my life. Like,
God didn't know the Giants were still playing.
I could care less. As I watch this, I see this bang. I'll talk about that. Jeez, it's crazy. But
now you're turning into Mitch. Focus. What is going on right now?
Well, because I got the Cowboys Bengals playing on the in-home studio, and this guy tackles somebody from the Bengals. The linebacker tackles the receiver, brings him down. Completely could have snapped his leg. Like, it's the same play of Trey Lance. Like, thank God nothing happened. But these things happen all the time. But no, I have to talk about this because who cares about the Giants losing to the Dodgers? Who gives a damn? Brad Clayton in here talking about Hunter Pence. He got his jersey, or he got on the Wall of Fame or whatever. The jersey wasn't retired, but on the Wall of Fame. Well, it seems like my beloved San Francisco Giants were too busy sitting around like Mr. Crab, counting all their money and counting all their ones and their pesos and their coins to realize that they let somebody in the stadium put up a stanchion in a selling area full of Dodgers merchandise. What a joke.
Oh.
Yeah. What a joke. There was a stand full of Dodgers merchandise and Dodgers championship flags and all this other stuff for sale out there. And like, I think it was like center field or something like that. And these, I talked earlier about being nice, so I'm going to try and be nice. But these guys, like I said, too busy counting their money like Mr. Crab to be aware of what the hell's going on in their stadium. Let this happen. They came out with a statement saying, what did this say? The Giants, they said, we've spoken to Bon Appetit and have been reassured that selling Dodgers merchandise will not happen again in the future. Bon Appetit is they said it was like a third party vendor that they didn't realize was going to do all that. Yeah, because you're too busy counting money to even give a damn about what's going on in your own stadium and your own team. I've in 1 year, in exactly 1 year, I've become disgusted with these owners from the Giants. Disgusted. They do nothing to make sure that this is a better product.
As we transition back to football and the 49ers, one quick question. Who is Mr. Crab?
Oh, Damien, step your game up now. Mr. Crab was the restaurant owner on SpongeBob who owned Krabby Patties. And all he was concerned about. I think I may
have asked this before.
All he was concerned about was money.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. That's all he cared about was getting another dime.
I see.
That's it. And that's the Giants. That's the Giants ownership. They don't care about nothing but the dollar.
Okay.
Not us looking like fools as Giants fans, as Dodger fans take over that stadium every time, and now they're putting their merchandise up. That's disgusting. It really is. Oh, it was a mishap. We didn't recognize it. Went under the radar. Yeah, because you don't care. You're too busy out there counting your money.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Moving
Trey
on.
Lance posted on Instagram a Bible quote followed by a message. Truly appreciate all of the messages and prayers. Surgery was a success, and I'm ready to attack this rehab process. We will never understand why, but I trust that it is all a part of his plan, and I will be back better than ever. This chapter is going to make the story even greater. That is Trey Lance.
Get well soon, young man. Get well soon.
I hope he does, man. I hope he does get well. I hope he gets an opportunity to be the San Francisco 49ers starting quarterback. One thing that always kind of drives me crazy is, and like I get it, it's the nature of the way we talk.
Mm-hmm.
But when you talk about Greg Oden being a bust,
mm-hmm.
He wasn't. Like when he played, he was good. He just didn't play.
Right.
And so like it's not fair to put him in. And I understand everyone's point who says that, but it's not fair to put him in the same, category as like Anthony Bennett. Anthony Bennett was healthy. He just shouldn't have been the number 1 overall pick.
Right.
Greg Oden was a good basketball player. Of course, it's amplified because he's drafted over Kevin Durant, but he never got the opportunity to play. I want to know if Trey Lance is good or not. Not only do I want to know if Trey Lance is good or not, I want to know if Trey Lance can be a franchise quarterback. I want to know if he could do that for the San Francisco 49ers, because it's not the same being the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers as it is for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Congratulations to them, by the way. Mm-hmm. It's not the same as being the starting quarterback for the New York Jets. Then I'm not talking about the Joe Flacco version, who is suddenly back to the other quarterback. We got 2 quarterback gods there running down 995 that we got to talk about later. I want to see if he can be the starting quarterback, and I want to see if he can be the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. And we're going to be entering his 3rd year. We're not going to know.
Yeah.
When he plays his first game next year, whenever that is, whether it's week 1 or whatever, we're not going to know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be another off season, very, very similar to the one we just had, with questions. Now the questions are probably going to be magnified a little bit more because we've seen him play and we've seen him get hurt. And then they'll be magnified 10 times if Jimmy Garoppolo and the San Francisco 49ers are successful this season, which there really is no reason they shouldn't be. And this is far from a knock on Trey Lance, but I think their chances to get where you believe they can go, where many people believe they can go, are virtually exactly the same with the two different quarterbacks.
That's how I feel. But hey, we talk about keeping the same energy. Well, look, the Niners should be Super Bowl favorites. For all them people that was talking about Jimmy needs to be in there, they're ready to win now, and they need Jimmy in there. All those same people that were calling him sorry 7 months ago spent the last 2 months talking about how Jimmy has to be in there, and they don't trust Trey. Jimmy's around. They need this guy Jimmy in there because all he does is win. Well, I need all those people who say that to come out here today and say, well, you know what, Niners are probably Super Bowl favorites now, because that's how y'all were talking before.
It was wild last week. It would be even wilder today. Everybody likes to have the word take is used so often. It's very funny. I don't know when that became part of our sports lexicon, but we had a tremendous opportunity to be a part of that Candlestick Chronicles panel at Cooper's Brewing Company. It was fantastic.
Wow.
It was eventful.
Looked like a good time.
It was eventful, but it was fantastic. And you know, I love your takes. Love your takes. Like that's really the word we use. Like that's just everybody has to have a take. And it's so funny. It was one of the first things I thought of when the game ended on Sunday was Kyle and Chris really tried to create a conversation, but it kept shifting back to Trey and Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a very pro Trey Lance crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And I just felt like, God, that was dumb. It's all irrelevant now.
Mm-hmm.
None of it matters. Everything we discussed, none of it matters. I got to pop. I got the crowd to pop. When I said Jimmy Garoppolo's not going to see the field this year unless Trey Lance gets hurt.
Mm.
And all I could think about, how stupid is that? That was discussed for 45 minutes. 13 minutes into the game, here comes Jimmy.
I had just told my homeboy, shout out to my man Alan, I was talking to him right before the game, and he was on that same, like, man, you know, we just talking. This ain't no reporter, now we just talking. He like, man, I'm telling you, Jimmy, I ain't saying he great, but you know, he give you a better chance than Trey Lance, all this other stuff. And I was like, look, man, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'll reiterate it. Trey is not coming out due to performance this year. We will not see Jimmy Garoppolo do the performance.
Mm-hmm.
20 minutes later, Jimmy come trotting on.
Still true.
Yeah.
It wasn't for performance.
It's not.
But it's just funny, like what we do for a living. We spend so much time, or what? Not even what we do for a living. What we do as fans.
Mm-hmm.
We spend so much time with these hypotheticals. What if the 49ers did play Jimmy Garoppolo? What if the 49ers had lost that game? Would Trey Lance have been replaced? And third run into the game, you know, 13 minutes in, and it's a wrap. It's done. And the complexion of the season changes. You know, I said a second ago that the Super Bowl chances, if you already believe that this is a Super Bowl caliber team, they're probably exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
But the caveat now is, I think people were thinking, well, if something happens to Trey, you know, week 7, 8, 9, 10, you know, or you know, quarterbacks, like the odds of someone playing 17 games at this point, it's probably not like happening, especially the way we know Kyle's going to play Trey. Now you've got Jimmy for damn near an entire football season.
Yeah.
Which you wonder, okay, Trey Lance isn't backing him up. There's not going to be any call for Trey. Whatever quarterback controversy, if there really was one, whatever quarterback controversy that even could be manufactured over the last 2 years is gone. Because no one's going, bring on Brock Purdy. Like Brock Purdy is the very definition of the quarterback you don't want to see. Not a knock on him, but you don't. That's your third string quarterback. Like, you do not want to see that young man play football for you. And that's the only fear I have for the 49ers is if something happened to Jimmy.
Yeah. And I'm not saying, oh, they played it perfectly. They knew this was coming or they orchestrated this or nothing like that. But what ultimately ended up happening with Jimmy Garoppolo coming back and ended up being the best case scenario here, because the season's not over and you have just as good of an opportunity to achieve all your goals as you did before Trey Lance went down. And I think once again, because I was always clear to say this when all this was going on, I still think Jimmy Garoppolo's a good quarterback. I think he's good. I think he's limited. Like, I think your margin for error is now back to being really slim. And that doesn't mean you can't do it. That doesn't mean you're not good enough to get it done. But that means, man, you're gonna have to be on point for most of these games. You're not gonna be able to have, and they weren't able to have it with Trey either, but you're not gonna be able to have a 12 penalty game and still win. Right? That's not gonna happen. You're not gonna be able to have a 8 penalty game and probably win. Like, you're probably gonna have to 1 penalty like you had yesterday.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's been a little facetious, like maybe 5 or something like that. But you can't have an outrageous penalty game and survive that, or be on the negative side of the turnover battle and be able to survive that. That's not going to happen often.
1 penalty yesterday instead of 12.
And it was too.
It was a sketchy call. And it wound up, what was it, 26 yards? So you got 1 penalty on the books for 26 yards. And again, it was a sketchy call. Yeah. We'll come back. We'll actually talk about the 49ers football game.
I do want to talk about, like, what we talked about before the last break, and push back a little bit on you and Tim about Kyle Shanahan not being a leader of men?
A leader, yeah. Raiders are up 17-0 right now as I'm rewatching this Raiders-Cardinals game. I think if I just stop it here.
Yikes.
Just stop it right, man. We'll get to that as well. Much more ahead. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, man. I was reading Bonte arguing about how we always just throw the label great on something. And I think Larry Krueger was talking about, Jimmy played great yesterday. Settle down. Settle down. He did fine. I was watching this. I think it was like an Instagram story or something like that. And it was Jimmy Butler. And he was working on his game. And he was working on his threes or whatever. And it was just catch and shoot. Like, he might have hit like 10, 11 in a row, all net, whatever. And it does always baffle me that these guys, when working out, just don't miss. And then Jimmy will take a wide open 3 in a game and miss it by a lot, not throw it over the backboard or nothing, but he doesn't shoot well wide open threes. And it's like, man, like why is that? Right. It's like, why is that? And the one that I always remember, and this is a little different because I guess he was older in the game, but I remember that first Heatles year, and they had Mike Bibby as the point guard, and Mike never missed. And like when he was with the Kings and everything like that, and he was getting wide open 18-foot jump shots and couldn't throw it in the ocean. And I was like, that's just unreal. Always baffles me.
Oh, Mitch. Good old Mitch.
The other situation that I've seen like that before. I've seen it a number of different times, but I saw a couple of videos of Dwight Howard shooting threes. And Dwight is just just draining them. I challenged Jimmy to a 3-point shooting contest. In that setting, though, that boy, he ain't missing. Good news for me is I ain't missing either.
We'll get there, Aldrin J. We'll get there, bro. Man.
We'll get there Wednesday.
Yeah. I should put that game on. I know how this stuff ends.
I watched that last night.
I watched the 49ers again this morning. They really did play well.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of one of the many unfortunate aspects to this is you wanted them to play a certain way and do something, and they did.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, now we got to wait another week. They got a primetime game against Russell Wilson in Denver. It's like, all right, let's see if we can get the conversation off of Kyle and Trey and
yeah.
Kyler's when someone tweeted Kyler runs like a 5-year-old or whatever, you just can't unsee it.
No, they say he runs like a badass kid.
It's really amazing. Like you cannot unsee it.
Yeah. Oh man, we'll talk about that because he was amazing yesterday.
He was. I didn't see that. So yeah, I saw the report come in, but I didn't. Is there a video of it? Okay. Good news. 49 Raiders up 20-0 in the third quarter in this condensed game that I'm watching. What do you mean? It can only end well, right?
Bro,
there were
bro. That's nasty.
Okay. To be fair.
They got to be fair about there.
You're it's true. However, let me point out that the Miami Dolphins were down 21. The Cardinals were down 20. The Jets were down 13.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, Kansas City was down 10. And they all came back in week 2 to win games.
Let's see what's okay, because I gotta ask you about those games, man. I gotta ask you. Let me say this real quick about Kyle. So it was Tim, right? Tim was on the line and he was talking about he agreed with TC saying that Kyle's not a leader of men and
his ego's in the way. He's got to be the smartest person in the room, is I believe how they were.
And you kind of co-signed that a little bit. And here's my.
I don't agree with the leader part. I believe Kyle can be a leader, but I do believe Kyle also. I do kind of agree with the smartest guy in the room. Like I do think he kind of. I agree with that.
You hear that a lot. You hear that a lot with Kyle. And I'll just.
And by the way, he may very well be the smartest person in the room.
Right.
Put that caveat on it too.
And I'll ask you this. Who says that all the time about Kyle Shanahan? Almost exclusively, who says that?
I don't know.
Fans like Tim and TC.
Okay.
And people in the media. You know who you never hear that from? Any players.
Saying players. So
any players. Kyle has been in this league for I don't know how long. He's come across so many different players. He's been in different franchises. The only thing you hear about people saying about Kyle Shanahan, oh, Kyle's cool as hell. I like Kyle. I fool with Kyle. Like I'm not saying he is there. I'm sure there are players that don't like him, but every time somebody's on the record speaking about Kyle, it's damn near 100% approval rating. And don't you think in this age, somebody would have been like, man, I don't fool with Kyle, man. He always got to be the smartest guy in the room.
Okay, so what?
So it's like, probably not true. Like what we say on the outside.
No, they're different.
Who he is.
But aren't they different rooms?
Which room matters more? Because I
don't know that. I don't know that either. I don't know that one room matters more than the other, and that's why I made it a point to say I don't agree with the assessment that Kyle can't lead. I don't agree with that assessment, but I do believe he thinks he's the smartest person in the room, and I do believe he talks down to reporters.
Oh,
now if he doesn't do that with his players,
right?
That's
that's
great.
And I bring the players up because that's what these guys were talking about,
and that's different.
Like his players, you could see when they helped up Jimmy and they were excited. They were showing him.
I think that's wrong. No, I think that's wrong. What are they going to leave him on the ground because of Kyle? Come on, man. What are we doing?
We're not talking about, and this is what I say in regards to that with Kyle. We're not talking about John and Jay Gruden. We're not talking about those type of people. Yeah. When we talk about Kyle Shanahan, from everything that I've read, and you guys can at IMK Diddy, if you know a quote or somebody speaking of, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I haven't come across it. There's been multiple players that have seen him in every realm: offensive coordinator, head coach, quality control manager, all this other stuff, different franchises.
Was he really a quality control manager somewhere? Are you making up that title? That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
But I've never heard.
I think that was Creed's job. Can someone confirm that? I think that was Creed's job. He's a quality control manager.
I haven't heard anybody.
Kyle Shanahan was Creed.
Speak of Kyle Shanahan in that fashion. That's been close to him. That has been in those rooms. And people say he's trying to let everybody know he's the smartest in. I haven't heard that, and I always think that's a little unfair.
Okay,
so that's all I had to say about that.
I mean, we ain't the only room that matters is the locker room. The media room does not. The locker room does. We hear the same stuff about Bill Belichick in the relationships he has or lack thereof with the media, and I think people have been critical of the Belichick way, or the not the Belichick way, the Patriot way. But I think overall, his players like him,
right?
Unless you get too big, and then you've got two of the biggest egos in the game, in Bill and Brady, and maybe that's where that conflict stemmed from. But
well, look, even then, and he's been around way longer than Kyle Shanahan. He's won a whole lot more than Kyle Shanahan. I'm not saying that, but even in that situation, who came out not too long ago, a couple years ago, it's like, man, everything over there is about winning. It's not about being nice. Or somebody came out like 2 years ago who used to play for the Patriots and was like, it's not about having fun. It's not about the game. It's just it's too laser focused on winning. They had something negative to say about being in the Patriot way, in the Patriot locker room.
I think Chris Long had too. I don't know that he was necessarily negative. I think it was Chris Long, but he's like, it's different. It's not like other NFL locker rooms. It's just different. And you're asked to be a little bit more buttoned up. But it is weird. It's weird to hear a professional athlete say, "Yeah, dude, it sucks here. The only focus is winning."
I did not agree with that quote, by the way.
Yeah, I could probably rock with that dude. Like
I did not agree with that quote.
I can button up a little bit if it means winning more. I can definitely do that.
We're too focused on winning around here.
Huh?
I hate it. I hate it here.
I found a tweet from our friends over at 95.7 The Game that referenced that actually is the audio of that quote you referenced earlier about Kyle Shanahan's remorse for the Trey Lance play.
Anytime a guy gets hurt, I wish I didn't call that. But no, that's something we were going to do and something we would continue to do. And that's a football play we believe in and something that gives him a chance to be real successful in this league.
Is that the clip you were referencing?
Yeah, for sure. So he kind of talks about it and then doubles down at the same
I was going to say, does it play the same as you thought it did?
Yeah, that's what I expected him to say, or remember him saying. The other thing about
I think that's what people are talking about though with Kyle. Like he regrets it.
Anytime a guy gets hurt, I wish I didn't call that. But no, that's something we were going to do and something we would continue to do.
We're going to do it again. I think that's what people are talking about, where he just can't. He refuses to just say, "Yeah, I wish I hadn't called that play,"
and just leave.
But I'll do it again. I was going to do it. If he had gotten up, if we had snapped that ankle back into place, boy, we were going to run that play again. I think that's what people are talking about with Kyle. It's like, man, I of course, I wish we hadn't run the play. Mm-hmm. End it right there. We had run it a couple of times. If you want to, we had run it a couple of times before it was successful. Obviously, this sucks. You could elaborate today or tomorrow, whatever his next media day. You could talk more about it then. It's a play we thought worked that could capitalize. There's emotion from you, obviously, and fairly, but there's also emotion from fans and the people who cover the team also.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that balance was lost last night.
Yeah, he should have just stayed. If I was advising him, just stay with the Rasheed Wallace situation.
And it's easy in hindsight to say this. It's probably far more difficult in the moment when your emotions are running high. And as you said, I thought you said this perfectly because there are some people who might not know this. Kyle Shanahan's almost certainly not on Twitter, but the 49ers PR guy is. And he knows the temperature of the room out there too. And you need to be aware of a couple of things that are being said. Here's what it is. So, the good about that is that Kyle is aware. Mm-hmm. The bad about that is he's probably already defensive about it before he even gets asked the question because he knows this is being talked about.
Right. Yeah. He just should have just laid low. No doubt. He should have just laid low with whatever the feelings were at that time.
You won't believe it. This game is getting real wild. It's 23-15 right now. The
Cardinals. They're not gonna lose. They're not gonna lose. It's still in good hands. What is it, like 7 minutes to go or something like that?
8-13. I can't.
The Raiders have been cooking too. They'll score again.
Yeah, they'll score again. That barbecue ran out of pellets.
Did you see?
Ran out of gas. They got nothing left.
Did you see that in that game? Poor guy. When the Cardinals missed on 1 4th down, and I think it was Ertz ran into the security guy. He just turned over and put his face into the ground.
And but he stayed. He checked on him though, didn't he?
Yeah, Ertz checked on him.
He checked on him like
commercial and stuff, so we don't know the extent of it. But
yeah, but he stayed there. He stayed there. I'll never forget. T.O. drilled one of those people who have their back to the field, and I mean, it looked like car accident level whiplash, and ran back to the huddle. I was like, T.O., I love you, bro, but could you at least check? If it was a cheerleader, everybody in the sideline would have checked. Right, but it was my guy who had his back to I was like, oh, and it's a full on. Yeah, it was a full on whip. It looked like he broken back spinal. Like he drilled him. And yeah, just ran back to the huddle.
That's messed up, man. Come on. That's messed up.
Love me some me.
Poor dude, Raider security. Yeah, just got taken out. But it was the way, like, he got taken out, and then because he like fell on his back.
Yeah.
And then he like, oh, and then rolled over onto his stomach and put his head down.
You know, yeah, that was this. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. That was one of the weird things about the Trey Lance injury is he got up.
Mm-hmm.
That was like he gets up, and then on the live broadcast before the replays start coming in, you see him, you can see like his helmet, and he looks down, and then he immediately, I don't know if he didn't initially feel it, and then he saw it, and that obviously creates probably an entirely different type of sensation. But he gets that hit and immediately is getting helped up, and he's up and he looks down, and you can almost feel the sense of panic as he just goes to the ground. And the quickness of the commercial cut is what got me like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was a head injury, to be honest with you.
I thought he got concussed.
Yeah, I didn't think he looked down and went down. I thought he got up and fell down.
Right.
Oh God.
Yeah. I thought it was he got concussed, and everything that was going on. And then it didn't dawn on me until they came back from commercial. Obviously the card's off. They're like holding his right leg. And I'm like, oh no, he broke
Air cast is all bad.
Yeah. I was like, he broke something.
Air cast is all bad.
Yeah, that was terrible. That was just terrible to see. It's disheartening to see. I feel so bad for him, man. I really do.
Well, surgery was done today. You know, we didn't really talk about this when we read the 49ers statement, but there was a ligament issue as well. So that's, you know, we were hoping for a clean break. It doesn't say the ligament was torn, by the way.
Right.
You hope for, you know, a clean break and just getting in there and fixing it and keeping it moving. But it sounds like there was a little bit more work to be done in there. Of course, the 49ers said they have full confidence that he'll be ready for the start of next season. But the landscape of the San Francisco 49ers could look very, very different at that time. This Kyler Murray play is incredible. I'm sorry to get lost in this game.
Well, let's go there. Let's go there right now, because
this is just incredible.
Let's start there. We'll get back to the Niners. We'll get back to all that, but let's start there.
I was thinking about you yesterday because the 49ers handled their business.
I tweeted that out at halftime.
The Cardinals.
Yeah.
No, that's what I was. But not only that, you said the 49ers should blow out easy work of the Seattle Seahawks. You said the same thing about the Raiders because of how we both felt about the Arizona Cardinals heading into that game. I less feel they're atrocious and more feel like there's something wrong. And I'm thinking, man, my partner nailed this one. Like 49ers handle their biz. Raiders just beating the crap out of the Cardinals. And the story to me was, okay, the Raiders pull even. Well, that's the story now. But the Raiders, you know, the Raiders pull even at one apiece. But the Cardinals are 0-2 now. And now all of the stuff that we've been talking about, it's manifesting itself. Like there is something wrong here. And that shifted quickly. As a matter of fact, as I'm watching, it just shifted right now. I think one of these Kyler Murray plays was like a 20-second play.
From the 2-yard line.
Ridiculous.
Sick.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I think at halftime they were down 20-0 or whatever. And I tweeted out, I got to find the tweet, but it was something to the effect of Kyler, Cliff, and the Cardinals are atrocious. They stink. And mind you, I don't feel any different necessarily today. Like Cardinals ain't no good. The Cardinals ain't no good. All right. That was a great win. They ain't no good.
Could this? Okay, so okay. All right, I'll get to that. You and I don't think the same about the Cardinals.
Yeah,
you think they're a bad football team. I think there's bad vibes, and
I think that too.
But how much could something like this change those vibes?
Not enough. They ain't gonna be no good.
I don't know, man.
They're gonna lose next week to the Rams. They'll be 1-2.
No?
And then I think they play the Chiefs, or not the Chiefs. They play like the Chargers or something after that. Like we went down their first 6 games. We were talking about 0-6 might happen. We know what it is. They ain't no good.
That was a hell of a pass too.
Nah, bro. Look,
that 2-point conversion was a hell of a pass by
this dude, Kyler. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What I saw from him in that fourth quarter was just sick. The run, the run to get him within, can't remember. Oh, that was a 2-point conversion. So the one on the first touchdown, and then they had to go for 2, was just the 22nd play. That was nasty, bro. That was just like, what do you do with that? That was sick. Then he drives him down. They score a touchdown on another run in by Kyler on 4th down with the game on the line. That's just, this boy was nasty. And then you just mentioned it. That pass.
Perfect pass.
Oh my goodness. Kyler, that was funky. That was nasty. That was, I had to apologize publicly to Kyler Murray. I was like, I'm sorry. I apologize. What he did at the end of that game was amazing. It was amazing.
One guy and one guy only was catching that pass. That was just an absolute dart.
Yeah.
And then the Raiders turnover at the end of the game. Their only turnover the entire game.
Wow. I mean, I'm trying to figure out exactly where they were. I know there's a lot of people who are like, they were in field goal range-ish. Why didn't they just play for the field goal instead of passing the ball around? I got to see where they're at. I know they weren't in field goal range, but were they close enough? I don't think they ran the ball with Josh in overtime. They didn't have not one run.
Yeah, lost on this is they almost lost the ball like a couple of possessions before.
Yeah,
so I'm looking at it now. Man, Derek Carr, boy, my goodness. And there's the turnover right there. No, I mean, the field goal line, to be fair, is about 2 yards away. And that's what, and there's the turnover.
That was first down too, wasn't it?
Second. Second down turned into game over.
Man.
Amazing.
That was
amazing.
Insane. I was yelling in my house for that game. Not like good or bad, just like I couldn't believe
and
it.
Just a perfectly placed hit that sent that ball out of Renfro's hands as he was striving for those extra yards. It couldn't have been a better hit. 916
38, man.
909. It's
run the ball on 2nd and 10.
Well, it wasn't the pass. It was the movement to try to gain yards. It wasn't the pass.
Yeah.
The ball, like they popped the ball, like when Renfro had it, they popped it out.
Yeah.
Hold on to the ball.
I would have ran the ball.
But okay, Ramsey. What's up, Ramsey?
Y'all want to talk about bad football weekends? I think I probably had the worst one I've seen in years.
Well, you got 7 teams, so
no. Well, his one team that college situation is all bad.
Yeah, like I said, the best football I saw was Friday night when I went out to the Folsom at Pittsburgh game. Saturday, which turned into we don't say bad words about this man, but unfortunately had to go.
Yeah.
And the NFL, I just throw my hands in the air after 2 weeks, and I don't even know.
It's craziness. It's craziness in the NFL. But yeah, Herm can't be losing to Eastern Michigan at the crib. And I think they got blown out.
Eastern Michigan.
I think they got blown out.
Man.
It's all bad for Arizona State.
Well, at least you got to see Folsom, Ramsey.
Yeah, this is true.
So
the question that I wanted to ask you and ask everybody else, Which blown lead was the worst? The Ravens, the Browns, or the Raiders?
The
Browns is pretty sick.
So
where's
which
JT?
one?
JT ain't in, house party ain't in the chat today. House party ain't in the chat today. House party always in the chat. He ain't in the chat today. I've been there. I know how it be. I know.
Well, he had to step away. Step away. So I guess it just depends on what you think about the opponents. The biggest comeback was Miami, wasn't it? That was a fourth quarter comeback. Like the Ravens scored somewhere in there. You had Tua Tagovailoa throwing for 6 touchdowns. I think 4 of them were in the fourth quarter. Lamar was having a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
21 of 29, 318 in the air, 3 touchdowns, and 119 on the ground. That was Lamar's game. 38 points, and they lost. Oh man, that's tough. I feel like the Ravens blowing the game against the Dolphins was the worst.
My first thought is it's the Raiders. And I'll tell you why when we come back.
I'm just waiting for the next 45 seconds to pass so we can actually go to commercial. Kenny threw the tease out too early. I was like, oh, I lost track of time. I was like, oh, no, I didn't. It's right there. Clock's still ticking, though. That's all right.
We got to break it to 12. That's why I threw that out there.
I heard there was a fight this weekend, so I guess we got to get to the 13th round here on Twitch and YouTube. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk a little bit of football with James, as we always do, and King's training camp, media day, 1 week from today.
Oh yeah,
and then whatever Kenny just teased, he'll pay off when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I looked down like, what? Oh, I didn't even know it was 212. I didn't even know it was 212. Right back.
All right, let me get in here. 13th round. It's your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to Meister Watches, all my people over there for sure. Big ups to Ryan, big ups to Jovan and the whole crew over there. Hey, shout out to Donnie Dope Ones, man. Go to the Dope Ones, go to D-Lo and KC, cop that merch. You know what it is. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin 3 took place on Saturday. And it was a fairly boring fight. I didn't think much happened. I looked at that fight and I saw Canelo coming in, doing what he was supposed to do. He's a younger guy going up against a 40-year-old Triple G. Just put the pedal to the metal and burn this guy out, man. Get him up out of there. And he tried to do that early on in the fight. Triple G, at some point in that fight, needed to make a decision. Am I here just to be here, or do I want to win? Because if I want to win, I'm going to have to start letting my hands go. I'm going to have to start kind of getting a little more aggressive than what I was. He did that. And I had Canelo dominating that fight for the first 7 or 8 rounds. The crazy thing about it was Triple G won probably like 4 of the final 5 rounds of that match. And that's what made those scorecards, the 116, 112, 115, 113, the absolute right ones. The commentators on the zone who were atrocious. You know, it just is what it is. They couldn't believe that those were the scorecards. A lot of people on Twitter couldn't believe that was the scorecards. Well, some of you guys weren't scoring the fight. And it's a very real possibility that about round 8, you guys started checking out because it was over. It was over. So you're not even really paying attention and scoring that way. But Triple G turned it on, and Saul Canelo Alvarez, he got a little gassed. And I'm starting to worry about if he has the stamina to be able to fight like he did at the beginning of the fight for 12 rounds. I don't know if he does. He wasn't able to keep it up, and Triple G got some rounds. At the end of the day, Canelo got the win. He's moving on. This trilogy needs to be over. I'm glad it's over. And now we can move on to what's next for both of these fighters. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow on the 13th round. Stamina. I don't know if that's his bag, Jesse. don't know, man. He be getting gassed. So, Jesse, were you buying his response to the not fighting Mexicans quote? That didn't make any sense, his explanation of that. I don't think he will. I think he gonna fight B-Ball and he'll find somebody. You know who he should fight? Because now I know that Canelo's all about just getting the bag. Just get the bag. Oh, if that's what you're doing, I ain't mad at it. He should fight Munguia. Jaime Munguia? You know Jaime Munguia. Yeah, he should fight Jaime Munguia. Well, that ain't happening either. He not fighting none of them. So somebody brought up a great point on Twitter where he's like, yeah, Canelo, I'm only fighting champions. I want to fight champions. Somebody said, how the hell are you only fighting champions when you got all the belts? How you gonna fight all the champions and you got all the belts? Yeah, he gonna go to B-Ball again. Oh my gosh. Phil's Mafia is crazy.
That's right. We got 2 Monday night games tonight.
Mm-hmm.
No reason at all. Streaming live on the Odyssey app. You can watch the show as well on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hours. We're just about 1 week away from the start of NBA training camp. Before we get back to the 49ers and some of these blown leads in the National Football League yesterday, a couple of other things worth touching on real quick. Aaron Judge had an incredible day yesterday.
All rise.
A double, home runs number 58, 59, 4 runs scored. Yankees win 12-8. His batting average, which we talked about here on the show like a week ago, is 316.
Oh, hell yeah.
One shy, which I knew the 316 would get a pop from this show. But his batting average is 316. That's 1 point shy of being the leader.
Triple Crown is still
it's in
play.
reach. Yeah, it's absolutely in reach. His batting average in September so far is 491.
Wow.
He's having an incredible season.
He's bringing it home, man. He is bringing it home. If there were any questions about MVP and all this other stuff coming into September, he is bringing it home like an MVP should. Wow.
Another story that I really like, Albert Pujols, 698. He's right there. The Cardinals' next 8 games are on the road, which is just a cruel twist of scheduling fate. But he's obviously got an opportunity to do it. But the next 8 games for the Cardinals are on the road. It would just be beautiful if he hit one over the next 8 games.
That's it.
Got home and then was able to do it in front of it. I want him to do 700 no matter what. Yeah. It'd be really special if he did it in St. Louis.
So you know what kind of sucks, and I know these stories that you're talking about, because that's my job. I got to be on top of everything. But damn, Major League Baseball, nobody cares right now.
Oh,
I love baseball.
I know,
and nobody cares. Like I haven't really watched the baseball game or paid attention to baseball in 2-3 weeks.
Why do you think that? Why do you think these 2 stories in particular aren't bigger?
Because that's just where baseball is.
I mean, Aaron Judge is a New York Yankee headed towards 60 home runs.
Baseball is a regional sport at this point. It's a regional sport. And there's pretty much nothing in baseball that could steal the headlines from college and NFL. So on the weekend, until the playoffs. The playoffs get buzzed, but when you talk about like September, baseball is dead. It's dead out here. Their days. What did Red say in 5 Heartbeats? My office hours are 9 to 5. 9 to 5. Baseball's office hours during football season are Tuesday to Friday. Tuesday to Friday. You're not getting no PT. You're not getting no playing time on Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And don't let the Thursday game be like what it was last week. Then you're not getting no PT on Thursday either.
Yeah.
Sucks. I love baseball too, man. But I'm living it. Like the Giants are done. They're too busy counting their money to even care about what the hell goes on, embarrassing us Giants fans left and right. It's regional. If my team isn't doing something, not really that. I'm not paying attention that hard.
Mm-hmm.
Need to figure out what's going on with these Niners. Need to figure out what's going on with Michigan. We got another win, by the way.
It's you bring up a great point about those office hours. You get to the weekend, and it's not just a reaction to everything that happened in the National Football League over the weekend or on that Sunday. It's also that the biggest sports network in the world has to prepare for their Monday night football game.
Mm-hmm.
They are not going to be doing that by covering Aaron Judge and Albert Pujols, which is a shame because those stories are great.
Yep.
Yeah, that's too bad. It's unfortunate. I'm fully. I think the Aaron Judge story is great. I'm for some reason, and I don't know why. I can't explain it. I'm far more invested in the Albert Pujols story. Again, I just love. It's a Hollywood ending.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like if you wrote it at this stage of Albert Pujols' career, it's like, yeah, dude, this isn't believable. Like, go rewrite the end of this because it's not believable. And now if you hit a situation where he actually does hit one over the next 8 days on the road and is able to come back, can you imagine what those parks are going to be like? Those parks as if there's multiple. Can you imagine what it's going to be like in St. Louis every single time he comes up to bat with $6.99 out there?
So here's the killer. And it's going to be amazing. It's going to be phenomenal to see those things, right? But you talk about how he's now going to be gone for 8 games, comes back for 3 games, then goes to Pittsburgh for 3 to end the season. My joke that I was about to make was...
So he's got 3 games to do it
3
at
games
home?
to do it, yeah. 3 games left at home. My joke was, well, he better do that on a Wednesday because if it happens on a weekend, ain't nobody outside of St. Louis paying attention to that. And their only home games are on the weekend. It's a weekend series.
Oh,
so
that's too bad.
Yeah.
And
one part about it, though, we're aware of it, so we're going to enjoy it or whatever the case may be. And the thing about it with Cardinals fans and baseball fans is I always was like, well, who cares? I'm enjoying it. This is for me. I like the Giants, or in this case, I like the Cardinals. So I'm going to be tapped into it. So it's great. It's all good.
It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. You asked before the commercial break, what was the worst blown lead yesterday between the Ravens, the Browns, and the Las Vegas Raiders? And you said it was the Raiders?
Yeah.
Why?
Because that affected their season more than the other two. The Raiders.
It's a good point.
I'm not going to go towards the 0-2 rule.
No 0-2 team made the playoffs the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, that is a fact. So I can't disregard it. But I'm not even gonna use that. I'm just looking at once again the AFC West. You don't want to fall behind. And you had a game that was right there for you to win, and you let it off the hook. So that's damaging. Now you got to go on the road to the Titans, and you got the Broncos, and you got the Chiefs again. I mean, every game counts, and at the end of the day, they're all going to add up to whatever your record is. But man, what if the Raiders start off 5 games, 1-4?
Well, we didn't write it in to the show today because we had like so much more serious stuff to do, but it's always like a fun to do thing to do the overreaction Monday stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And if we had written it in, and a potential overreaction Monday idea I would have had is, and I don't want to have to eat these words on Sunday night, but is there any chance we were wrong about the AFC West?
As far as what?
Well, somebody was wrong about Las Vegas. It doesn't matter who, but somebody was.
I said the AFC West is only getting 2 teams in.
Denver doesn't look particularly stellar. And now he just can't sell me on the Chargers, dude. Like,
wait a minute. This is what I will say.
Kansas City going 17-0.
The Broncos look look great. They look poised to be great.
Okay, I know what you're doing. I've seen this. You know, I've seen this movie before.
That you have to respect.
Yeah.
And anybody that's talking bad about the Broncos, you need to check yourself.
That's my bad.
Because Russ is there. Nathaniel Hackett is there. He's going to be good. Melvin Gordon, Sutton. I mean, this team is loaded.
I almost spit green juice all over my computer when you said that about Nathaniel Hackett.
With great young coach. Coach.
For those new to the program, this is my bad. I wanted to have a real discussion about the Denver Broncos, but I forgot it's the 49ers and the Broncos this week. So Kenny's got to say,
damn, I forgot. I didn't even think about that. It's crazy. Man, tough game for the Niners, man. Broncos look stout, man. They look stout.
Okay. I'll save my opinion on the Denver Broncos for Monday. How about we do that? We'll just tuck this aside and put it for Monday. But regardless of how I feel in this exact moment about the Denver Broncos, the truth is the 49ers schedule is hitting that part where it's going to get a little bit tougher now, where you do have this Denver Broncos team, and more specifically in this case, maybe you have your old nemesis, Russell Wilson, and then you've got and then that's Sunday night.
Sunday night, then Monday night is the Rams.
So you got 2 primetime games coming up. You got 2 night games coming up. You got one that's on a Monday. Like, your routine is different going into your 2 toughest opponents for the next couple of weeks. Yeah, and you're doing it in a week where Jimmy Garoppolo will get his first full week of practice.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing it. You know, one major thing, because we did note the way the offense was moving with Trey Lance as the quarterback on Sunday, is that, you know, for Denver, for Los Angeles, for virtually everyone on the schedule, at least the first time around, you lost that unknown. You lost the X factor in Trey Lance. You know, no matter how, you know, people had already started to form their opinions on Trey Lance, but those are fans. I don't know that players had, and players are studying film, and there was still an element of unknown with Trey that's gone. Now the Broncos are coming in going, oh, we got to prepare for Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, this is a lot easier, and this isn't a knock on Jimmy Garoppolo. It's easier because, well, we've got years of tape to look at with Jimmy Garoppolo to understand his tendencies and Kyle Shanahan's tendencies with Jimmy Garoppolo. We didn't have that with Trey. It's different now.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know who Jimmy Garoppolo is. You know his strengths and weaknesses. You know, the book is out on Jimmy about how you play against him. And that's, you know, there's good and there's bad with that. You know what I mean? Like, one of the things that we talked about in week 18, 17, 18, whatever the weeks they play, when they played the Rams last year at the end of the regular season. And we were talking about, I remember at the beginning of the week, I was like, put Trey in, you know, because Jimmy had the thumb. And I was like, man, put Trey in. Like, go with the young guy. And I think Eric Davis was the one that came on, and he made an excellent point that kind of changed my mind. And essentially it was, Jimmy's seen it all, done it all. Whether he can throw the deep ball, we all know he doesn't throw it great, but you're not going to fool Jimmy Garoppolo with your defense and he's seen it. He's prepared for everything. And the question is whether or not that day he's going to make the throw or not. But with somebody like Trey Lance, maybe you give him a disguise that he's never seen, and you just completely trick him. And that was, granted, that was a 1-game situation. We're talking about moving forward throughout the season. But I mean, that is the gift and the curse with Jimmy Garoppolo. You're not going to fool him. You know what his tendencies are. You know, you have an idea of what you need to do to be able to stop him or stop the 49ers. But you're not going to throw any junk at him and surprise him. He's going to be prepared, and it's just going to be whether or not, he sails the ball over the receiver's head or he makes a pinpoint throw. We never know.
Quarterbacks are sexy. That's what gets headlines. They're easy to talk about. They're the face of the franchise. They're the focal point of every discussion.
But you know what's sexy? Those degrees. Remember that skit from Kanye when he said, "No," what do you say? "No, I can't tell you what sexy is, but I bet I can count up all the change in your purse very fast."
I don't remember what point I was going to make.
Well, quarterbacks are sexy.
Oh, the defense. Yeah. All of the talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, obviously the Trey Lance injury, and discussing those is obviously important to the San Francisco 49ers season moving forward. The story of that game, I thought, was really how well the defense played. I told you this, if we ever got to the game, we had to revisit the blocked field goal. The field goal is the only score that the Seahawks got. And I did wonder for a moment, did this just shift the game?
Yeah,
because suddenly you're wondering, like, this is going to be the most 49ers thing ever if this happens. And obviously it didn't, and that's a credit towards, that defense. But why didn't they just go for it?
I have no idea.
What was the point in kicking the field goal in the first place?
I got no clue. Like I said on Twitter yesterday, they went for it on 4th and 1 from like the 20. And then they get presented with a 4th and goal on the 2, and they kick the field goal. If you weren't going to kick the field goal then, why are you going to kick it from 2 yards away?
It's also, it's a 3-score game in that moment. You're kicking a field goal.
Mm-hmm.
You make the field goal. It's a 3-score game.
Well,
put the ball in the end zone. It's a 3-score game.
That's assuming a lot. I mean, the Raiders showed you that you can assume, but yeah, it's a 3-score game.
It's a 3-score game.
4-score game, though.
It's a 3-score game. Come on. Like, you got to get the 2-point conversions, but it's a 3-score game.
It's asking a lot. Odds are they're not going to get all 3 of them.
Yeah. Okay. You want to watch you want my iPad? You want to watch that Raiders? You want to watch that Raiders Cardinals back again?
By the odds.
Oh, okay. All right.
Niners aren't the Raiders.
I don't know if it was the Cardinals that defied the odds or the Raiders that defied the odds. But my goodness.
If I was the Raiders, yes, it'd be a 3-score game. Anybody else? It's a 4-score game.
Was a 3-score game. The defense was phenomenal yesterday. 97 was really, really good. He was causing problems.
Hufanga was a beast again. He was all over the place. I love Hufanga. That guy.
He's a fan favorite. Like, he's the. Who do you equate him to on the Kings?
He's kind of a Davion. A little bit of a Davion.
Like, he is like he's damn near a Tyrese. Like, he is a fan favorite. He is really loved from San Francisco 49ers fans. I got a glimpse of that on Friday.
Yeah.
Like, they're really hype about this dude.
Hufanga, he's fun to watch, man. He's a playmaker too. He's absolutely a playmaker. So I love to see him. I can't wait to see him with Jimmy Ward back there, because I know Jimmy's going to add to the IQ. Not talking about Gibson in any way, but just add to the IQ, because he's seen it all. He knows he knows the league like the back of his hand. So he's going to only help out Hufanga with being able to read coverages and read what the offense is trying to do and things of that nature.
Also, publicly, very loudly, to Jeff Wilson, my bad. Now, the caveat to that is
it wasn't loud enough.
The caveat to that is you're lucky you got that because Jeff Wilson is good for one of those. And he's also good for following that up with a 12 carry, 13-yard game. That's not what it was yesterday. So my apologies to Jeff Wilson because I was very loud about wanting to see Ty Davis Price work. And when he got that first carry and took off for 20 yards, you couldn't tell me nothing. I was 10 times smarter than Kyle Shanahan in that exact moment. Now, the fact that he got swallowed up on like the next 6 possessions shouldn't really factor into that. I had that one moment of glory when he took off for 20. That was like his first touch of his NFL career off for 20 yards. Let's go, young man. Run for 115 today. But that wasn't the case. 49ers did run the ball very efficiently yesterday. Ty Davis Price did not have that big night that I hoped.
49ers dominated that game. There was a couple of plays where the Seahawks, moved the ball a little bit. Tyler Lockett went for over 100 yards receiving. He had one play, kind of a fluke play from Geno, where he was able to get a big chunk play on that. But the Niners, and specifically the Niners defense, dominated that game. That game, all the things that went on with Trey and all this other stuff, weather got kind of crazy. It's a couple points in the third quarter.
That's wild.
It got
hasn't
crazy.
rained in 7 years here, but
Bro, it was looking
49ers
like
opener.
It's looking like it was December 12th. Is that what's going on? If it was a regular conditions, it was a 40-point game. Niners could have put up 40. They could have shut them out 40-0. That was a dominating.
Chris Biederman talk about, that game was probably the rain was probably a little bit heavier than people expected. The field was in perfect condition when the game was over. It looked nothing like that disaster that we saw in Chicago.
No, which is a stark. It's ironic to say that about Levi's because I don't know if you're old enough to remember, but when it started, they couldn't get the field right to save their lives. They went with 3 different companies, 3 different type of fields. They couldn't get it right to save their lives. And in the last few years, that hasn't been an issue at all, man. And, good stuff.
Can I ask you a Debo related question?
Absolutely. And you can ask me and remind me. I also have something I want to say about Kyle Shanahan, but this might lead into it anyway. But go ahead, ask me.
I don't know if this is going to lead into it or not, but we were talking about my elation when Ty Davis Price had that run. Ty Davis Price is a running back. Jeff Wilson's a running back. Tremendous performance by Jeff Wilson yesterday. Debo is a specialty, right? Like I think they're calling him a wide back. Like, but we all know he's a specialty player, and he had the 4 for 53 yesterday. But he had the 1 for 51.
That was sick too.
It was incredible. But knowing he's not a volume running back, do you run those plays and deal with 1 carry, 1 yard, or the 1 carry loss of 2, loss of 3, loss of 4, or whatever, knowing there's a high possibility you're going to get that 1 that gets you the 50 plus or gets you the big gain. Is that what you're doing with Debo? It's just you're hoping for that one big. You're not accumulating yards like a running back, like Jeff Wilson did. It's not the volume and the yards. It's just, no, we're going to give him the ball because we think he can break that 1. And that's all we really want out of all of this is to break the 1. We'll deal with the play that results in 3rd and 9 or 2nd and 8 or whatever. But we just want that 1. And that's what they got yesterday. They got the 1. 4 for 53 looks incredible. And then you realize he got 51 of it on 1 carry. And it's like, oh, okay, this is not a running back. The idea behind Debo is different.
Right. Yeah, it's one of those things where he's a playmaker. And the playmakers, they don't hit a home run every time they're up to bat. or they don't make the sensational play.
Unless you're Aaron Judge.
Unless you're Aaron Judge. They don't do that every time.
Yeah.
But what the playmakers do is they're good for making that play at least once a game. And I feel like that's what they're banking on and hoping for, because they got them, they get them the ball and everything. You anticipate, like, oh man, is this the big play? Like the play that he ran 51 yards. That's why you get him the ball. Not everybody can do what he did. I mean, he broke a guy's ankles, no pun with the whole Trey stuff, but he broke a guy's ankles, made a miss, ran through a tackle, and then had the speed to run 50-some yards down the field.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he made something out of nothing. That play was blown up, and he made something out of nothing. And that's why you continue to get him the ball, because he has that opportunity. He has that next gear, that specialness to him, where he can make something out of nothing. And if something is laid out perfectly, he can turn something into a bigger something, right? Like, if you get all your blocks right and everything, oh, snap. Jeff Wilson, that might be 12 yards. Debo, that might be 72 yards.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's what you do with him. But I know all day long, it's been probably looked at as defense of Kyle Shanahan. Once again, I haven't won the power records yet. I would not have run Trey like he did. I just would not have, ever. It's not what I do. But I do have a concern about Kyle Shanahan and his coaching.
Oh, okay. I'm interested in hearing this. Okay. I'm interested in hearing this. We'll talk with James Ham. He joins us at the top of the hour. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Be right back.
Okay. So did y'all see those? I don't know if they're full on Bray Wyatt teases, or they sure look like they could be Bray Wyatt teases, but they're running playing something called White Rabbit at like house shows, and they dim the lights a little bit and the song plays and people start to take out their phone and do the old, what did they call them? Firefly gimmick, where they just turn the flashlight on. They used to call them the Fireflies. And then the light turns red. It's dope. If you haven't seen it, it was all over wrestling Twitter this weekend. And I thought, this is fucking brilliant. It's brilliant because it's a house show, and it's a house show that they know people are going to record it. So you're recording it on your phone, and then it's getting out on social media. So you do that the first night, and people are like, yo, what is this? And then someone picks up on, yo, this might be something. So they tap in like a little bit late, and then they get it recorded, right? And then the next night, I think they're in Bakersfield. People are ready for it. Like, yo, I wonder if they're going to do the thing again. Oh, they're doing it. And it's out there again. And what happens? More of the Fireflies come up. If they're conditioning people to react that way so they can put it on TV, oh, it is just absolutely brilliant strategy by the WWE. Taking advantage of people putting the clip on social media and essentially training them how to react to this before it debuts on television. And it might not, but if the idea is to debut it on television, oh, that is beautiful. Just beautiful. I saw the first one and was like, all right, that's cool. And if it really is a Bray Wyatt tease, like that's pretty cool. Then I saw the second one and I'm like, oh, this is already working. It's all over wrestling Twitter. Like this is absolutely working. It's on every news site. It's on the Observer. It's It's just perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Did you see the tweet by the guy that helped Bray Wyatt in the Fiend character? I did not, Christian. If you could tag me in it, I'd love to see it. You bought it. That's right. Hook, line, and sinker. We bought it indeed. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. But it works. Nope, definitely not. Yeah, if you haven't seen the Firefly video, if you haven't seen the White Rabbit video, it's pretty dope. And then once they keep doing it, because I don't think they do it on TV tonight. But I think they did it. They did it in an empty arena in Oakland. Of course, somebody recorded it. Wow. So there's obviously no lights. Do they do? No, they're just playing the sound. And then they do the light. Wow. The arena's completely empty in the Oakland one. Is this where's Raw tonight? It's got to be in California, doesn't it? Oh, it's in San Jose. Okay. I don't think they would do it tonight. But it's definitely getting some run. It's interesting they did it in an empty arena when you can't do the Firefly stuff. And would they do it on Raw or would they do it on SmackDown? Or would they do it on both? I don't know. I like the buzz though. Triple H continues to hit a home run.
Bray's back.
They're teasing it. They're teasing it, and they're doing a good job doing it too. Yeah, they're teasing it. They're in San Jose tonight. There was a time where I would
be out there
on my way. Yeah. KC got to go. Odyssey app, as well as twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk some football with James Ham before diving into the Kings, who tip off their training camp 1 week from today. Technically, Media Day is 1 week from today, but that is marked as the official start of training camp, even though the first practice is the day after. So we'll talk to James about all of that stuff when he joins us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. But first, you had something on Kyle Shanahan. Oh, yeah. By the way, it's 49ers Monday, brought to you by our friends over at Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore.
Real quick on that. Did you see, like, before the final buzzer or whatever, clock strike 0 in the Niners game, the Niners or somebody tweeted out they had agreed to a 2-year extension with Dre Greenlaw.
I did. Yeah, I did. Like on the field? What? And then who was it? Was it their punter on Friday night? Yeah, on Friday night they announced their punter got an extension. It's
I missed that one.
It was like 7:00. And they dropped that their punter got a contract.
Man,
got good money too.
I was at the Ice Cream Social. 7:00.
Okay.
Joe, Ice Cream Social. I had to be there. Good times.
How was the ice cream?
It was good. It was good. I had no issues with it.
Yeah, that was funny. The Dre Greenlaw thing was funny.
What? Didn't see that coming.
Who released that? It had to have been his ace. Like, Dre didn't play well. Let's just drop the news. Let's drop the extension news out there.
And ironically, he played great.
Yeah, he did. He played fine. Yeah, he played fine. That was weird.
I'm just seeing this video live of Kyler getting smacked by the crowd. That was crazy.
Yeah, that's no good.
That was crazy. That was not okay.
Come on, Raiders. Come on, Las Vegas.
Almost got smacked up himself. Did you also see when the Raiders went up 23-6 or something like that? They were popping bottles in the club in
LA Stadium.
Did you see that one? So
I didn't.
The Raiders make a field goal to go up like 23-6. And after the field goal, there's like people they popping bottles and spraying the bottles around on the field.
Oh man. Can I also tell you there are a few things more enjoyable than watching Kyler Murray run. Watching Kyler Murray run is just fantastic. He runs. It's like once you see the when someone said Kyler Murray runs like a badass kid, like you can't unsee it. Like because that's absolutely he does not run like a professional athlete.
Kyler runs like he would say this.
Players, this is not on you.
That's right.
This is not on you.
Badass kid. That is absolutely what he sounds. That's exactly what he run like.
Yeah, so many things happened yesterday. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more about it tomorrow. We didn't talk about Mike Evans and that fight in New Orleans. That was crazy. The Rams almost blowing a 28-3 lead to the Atlanta Falcons. That would have been crazy as well. We'll get into all that. But Kyle Shanahan.
Kyler went back for dude.
Oh, yeah. Kyler, yeah.
He went back for dude. Oh,
luckily,
man.
homeboy was there and be like, no, Kyler, don't do it.
Yeah.
I want to go watch a game in that club area.
That fan may have absolutely have kept Kyler from some trouble.
Yeah.
Because he went back for homie.
Yeah.
Quick. Sorry. Go. That's the first time I saw. I have the regular. I saw the regular speed video. It was the first time I saw the slow motion video.
Yeah, that was a trip. I had just seen it a couple seconds ago too. I want to go watch the game in that club area. To do. Looks lit. Kyle Shanahan.
Pop bottles when you're up 23 to.
They had some ace of spades, I think, or something like that. That's the problem. They should have had some Luke Belaire. Probably wouldn't have lost.
And you would have saved a lot of money for some sparkling wine that tastes better.
Yeah. So
for those that don't know, Ace of Spades is like the first run of Luke Belaire that Brett was like, I'm just going to make this better. Right. Jay was like, I'll buy it. Cool. Put some gold foil on it and sell it for $400. Right. Do whatever you want, buddy.
It's all yours.
Yeah, it's all yours. Do what you want.
So a lot of people talking yesterday about Kyle Shanahan, obviously, and today blaming him for Trey Lance getting hurt. We didn't even really address it. How do you feel about that? About people saying it's his fault?
I don't have a problem with fans being frustrated with it. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's accurate. I don't think it's Kyle's fault that Trey got hurt. I really don't. And, I'd be quick to say something bad about Kyle Shanahan if I thought it was warranted.
Right.
I understand, like, the people who are upset and the people who believe that it is, like, I get that. Like,
that was upsetting. That was upsetting to see.
Yeah. He the amount of times that he's not only run the ball, but the amount of times that he's just been hit, period, is a lot. And I can't put this on the shoulders of Kyle Shanahan, man. I can't. The
one thing that I was going to ask you too about Kyle is I think a lot of people, I think yourself is in this as well, where we talked about this last week, but it's not Kyle Shanahan per se. It's the way that he's presented to you.
The offensive genius, right? The greatest coach ever. Yeah.
And I understand that, but I was going to propose to you, we may have to put that to bed because they have destroyed Kyle for the last 24 hours. They've destroyed him. Ain't nobody praising him right now and talking about offensive genius. They've destroyed Kyle for the last day.
So who's they though?
San Francisco media, Bay Area media for sure.
Okay.
I think the people you're talking about are like the Peter Kings and the Adam Schefters.
Sure.
I haven't heard from them, so I don't know what they're saying. But the media
Unless
I'm the
Scott
only
Van
one.
Pelt's on
I'm
TV.
a one-man wolf pack. Okay, I'm the one-man wolf pack. Everybody else in public and behind closed doors is like killing this dude.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that it's not a question of whether you're right about Kyle Shanahan or wrong about Kyle Shanahan. Because I don't know how you determine a right. Like, yeah, you're right. It is Kyle's fault. No, you're wrong. It's not Kyle's fault. I don't know how you determine that in this. I don't know what the. I don't know. I don't know how you get the variant. Like, I don't know how that works. But it really is like, I'm not going to tell either one of those groups that they're wrong. I just think if you believe that it's Kyle's fault, that's not fair. Because running Trey had proved to be effective.
Right.
And if you're Lamar ran the ball 9 times for 119 yards yesterday. And so what I wonder, as I threw that question at you about Debo a few minutes ago, Debo is obviously built very differently and plays a very different position that takes a lot more contact than Kyle does. But you run those plays knowing you'll get 1 yard or 2 yards or a loss of 2 or a loss of 3 or whatever. But you have the capability of getting that 51. You have the capability of getting that big play that could bust the game wide open. What's the idea with Trey? Is it to accumulate yards like you're Jeff Wilson? Because I feel like it is. Or is it to hope for that big Debo Samuel type play? Because I don't think that it is. I think it's treating Trey like a running back. And that's obviously concerning, but Kyle's not the first person to do it.
No.
If you have a player, you talked about this earlier, a really, really, really need to win game. What gives you the best opportunity to win? You go back and you watch, and I promise you, I get this. It's an extremely small sample size. The offense was moving. With whatever plan Kyle had put into place, the offense was moving, and it was a mix of Debo, and it was a mix of passing, and it was a mix of running. It was a mix of Ty Davis-Price running. It was a mix of Jeff Wilson. It was a mix of Trey Lance. The game plan, if those are the scripted plays that we hear so often about, it was working. I don't know how you kill Kyle for that.
They are though. And I don't know what Chester, I don't know what Chester and TC are talking about. Like, you're listening to something else, because I've been listening since before we came on the air today as well. And he ain't getting the benefit of the doubt. He's not. And that comes with the territory. I'm not here to save Kyle Shanahan. That's part of the job. Like, that's part that comes with it all. Like, when you're winning, they're going to call you offensive genius. When things go wrong, they're going to call you an idiot. Like, that happens. That's not fair. It's not reasonable, but that's just what happens. That's why you get paid handsomely to deal with all that. That's part of it. So that's what comes with it. But here's the thing that concerns me about Kyle Shanahan. And you talked about Debo and things of that nature. We talked about it a little bit on Friday after the Chargers and Chiefs game. And I said, Kyle Shanahan's answer when he's facing a must-win situation, when he has to bounce back from a loss, is to get more physical. That's typically like, nah, man, we lost. I want to run the ball 35, 40 times. That's his answer, because that's the way he sees football. In theory, there's nothing wrong with that, because if that's who you are and you can establish that, you can control the game. Like, I get it. I understand that. My concern, though, is that's a lot, man. That is asking a lot of Trey Lance, George Kittle, Debo Samuel, Jeff Wilson, Trent Williams to play smash mouth football all the time to be successful. Like, that's just, I feel like that's asking a lot. And we talked about it last year, and things were happening last year, and they got to a point where they were like, all right, Debo, because we see it in the numbers and the stats. He's like, we got to win. Let's get Debo in the backfield. We got to win. We have to win. Our best chance is to get this guy in the backfield, hand it off to him, not even mess with the quarterback, hand it off to him, and let's just get even more physical. And it worked. It worked. But I just feel like that's too much, man. That's too much. He went to that in like week 8 or 9 last year. He felt like he had to go to that in week 2. He's like, we got to win. Yeah. We running the ball. I think they end up running like 39 times yesterday. In the first 15 of the first, 12 of the first 15 plays were run plays.
Yeah.
Like I feel like it's just too, it's dangerous. It's dangerous.
Yesterday,
And I'm not a big fan of it.
Was as balanced of a game as you could have. 189 yards on the ground, 184 in the air from the 49ers. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. We welcome in our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. James, we're 1 week away from Media Day and the start of Sacramento Kings training camp. We will get to that in just a moment. The San Francisco 49ers beat the Seahawks yesterday 27-7. But James, as you're aware, that is far from the story today. Trey Lance's broken ankle has him out for the season. He's already had the surgery. The 49ers have already put out a statement. They are fully confident he'll be ready for the start of next football season. And so we'll just bring you into some of these conversations that we're having here. Kyle's taking a lot of heat. Kyle Shanahan's taking a lot of heat for the way that he used Trey Lance, and he's being blamed for that injury. Where do you kind of fall on all of these Trey Lance 49er stories today?
Yeah, I told you guys this story once before. Years ago, my son was playing soccer in Santa Cruz, and we had one of our kids slammed into another kid, and one of his buddies went to go help him up and started screaming and crying in the middle of the field. And so we all ran out there, and his foot was on backwards. And it was a catastrophic lower leg injury. My point is that, like, these things happen. They happen in, competitive soccer at like 13, 14 years old. They happen in games all the time. Like, it doesn't matter what play was called. He could have got hurt doing anything. I mean, didn't Jimmy Garoppolo blow out a knee running out of bounds a couple of years ago? Mm-hmm. So my point would be, like, look, I had a lot of complaints with Shanahan's play calling because I thought he was too conservative the first week of the season. I thought he had training wheels on the offense, and I thought that's why they lost. They were too conservative. You just can't pick and choose what you're gonna, how this is gonna work out. It just, injuries happen and they're part of the game. We watched Paul George snap his leg in just such an egregious way, just like landing under the basket one time. Like it's just, sometimes it happens, and I'm not going to put any blame on a coach who's just trying to put a kid out there and give him a chance to succeed, which to me succeeds for him, coming into that game, was he probably was going to need to show off his legs. He was probably going to need to run a little bit more and show that he can mix it up. So maybe it would open the spacing in the middle of the field for him.
My retort to that, and this is what I do agree with what some of the other people were talking about, is that's what you have running backs for. You don't have to run him to do that. Now, I've made the argument that there's been no
quarterbacks. Or if you missed today's show, Kenny strongly hates running quarterbacks. I
don't hate running quarterbacks. I don't like design runs for quarterbacks. I love like what Kyler can do. And to me, there's a difference. Like
mobile quarterback versus a running quarterback.
Yeah, like I don't want to.
Kyler's mobile. Tony Romo's mobile.
Yeah,
runs.
I don't want to. All right, we're running power option right with Lamar or Josh or Trey handling the ball. Like I'm not a big fan of that. Like there's too many things that could go wrong, and you're putting everybody in an awkward position. So I'm not a fan of Kyle Shanahan running those plays for Trey. But what do you think about like the thought of if you want to establish the run that bad, that's what the running backs are for, or hell, run it in around with a wide receiver. Don't do it with your quarterback.
Well, I wouldn't do it with the wide receiver as much as the 49ers do. But that's how they run their offense. Like, I think Debo takes an unnecessary amount of hits doing all these little, stunts and weird runs that he does. So, I mean, I guess you could put your complaint there. But at the same time, like, Randall Cunningham rushed for almost 1,000 yards one season. Mike Vick, I think, did rush for 1,000 yards, right? It's not like you can be a passer and a runner, and we're watching Josh Allen rack up like 10 touchdowns a year running the ball. Like, I think that you can be both. It just depends on the quarterback. And clearly, I guess my main response would be, why do you think the 49ers chose Trey Lance? It was because he was a mobile running quarterback. It was because he wasn't Jimmy Garoppolo. He wasn't a drop back, pure, pocket passer. That's why they chose him. They wanted to add new elements to their offense. And, again, these things happen. Like, I hate seeing it. It's just horrible. But, I've been on the court, been in the building when Kevin Durant popped his Achilles, when Rudy Gay popped his Achilles, when, Klay Thompson blew out his knee. Like, I've been there for so many of those. And as a athlete, I've been on the field many times when players do something that's just horrible, and you're just like, oh man. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, injuries happen. You're playing football. In high school, I watched a guy come off the field and blood was gushing out of his arm. He got his forearm pinched between two helmets and took like a boulder marble sized chunk out of his forearm. He came to football practice on Monday and had sewed it up himself. And
That's enough of the James Ham show.
Was ready to go. Like this, it's a different breed, man. That's what
ACLs, James.
You need a filth, man.
No, man, I'm just telling you, that's what football is. Football is you go out there and you lay it all out on the field, and if bad things happen, they happen. I mean, and it's unfortunate, but again, he's going to learn from the sidelines for another season.
Well, let's talk about the Kings now.
I don't want to talk about sports at all. I just want to know.
For that matter, I think that kid rushed for 280 yards that game. Okay. Taped it up, went back out there, bleeding everywhere.
I thought we could have just left it at he rushed for 280 yards.
Yeah.
There's nothing about what has happened over the last few minutes is okay. Do you think there's Super Bowl chances? This is a team that a lot of people like for the Super Bowl. Do you think they've changed at all?
Yeah, I think they improved.
Oh,
no. I mean, realistically, they improved for this season, but for next season, the season after that, no. They took a major hit.
Why do you think they improved?
Because you have an experienced quarterback versus an inexperienced quarterback. Like, that's what it comes down to. You have a guy who knows how to make play reads, a guy who you don't have to sit there and worry about the offense. I mean, if Jimmy Garoppolo comes in and actually has all of the targets that he had at the end of last season versus what he had at the beginning of last season, I think he can do a lot of good things. Was he the total answer in San Francisco? No. But, I mean, Trey Lance hadn't proven that he was the answer either yet. It was too early to know. And, he'll get a shot next year to run this team and to take over and to be the guy again. But for right now, man, Jimmy Garoppolo is the seasoned guy. He is. I mean, he's taken you to, like, the NFC Championship game, to the Super Bowl. He's taken you there.
He hasn't won one, though. That's the concern. That's what I said, and I believe to be the case in this situation is today on September 19th, does Jimmy Garoppolo give you a better chance to win games? Probably so. But the plan was on January 26th that Trey Lance would give you a better chance than Jimmy Garoppolo in those situations, in those playoff situations when plays need to be made. And we'll never know because he's not there. But that's the thing with Jimmy Garoppolo. You need somebody that's going to make the plays to win the Super Bowl, to win in those playoff games. As much as I love Jimmy Garoppolo and I think he's a good ball player, what plays did he make in any of the playoff games last year to win the game?
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I'm going to make a distinction between, you said the plan was for Trey Lance to be that guy in January. No. The hope was that's who he would be. And the plan and the hope are two totally different things.
That's still the plan. I mean, they didn't plan to say, well, we're not going to make the playoffs this year. We're not going to win a Super Bowl. Yeah, that's the hope and the plan. You get him in there now.
Yeah.
So he'll be ready to go in December, hopefully.
Yeah, but you can't plan for a complete unknown. And Trey Lance is still a complete unknown. He'll walk into next season as a complete unknown. Like, we will have no idea who he is as a quarterback. And it's unfortunate. Again, but how many times has this happened? How many times is even like a young quarterback just get mowed down early in his career? I mean, you hope that it's not something that lingers and takes away some of who he was. But you can't game plan, and you're just hoping that that's who he would be by the end of the season. And if he wasn't, you would have said, it's just his first season. It's no big deal. We'll get him next year. Where I think with Jimmy Garoppolo, you know he's good enough to get you there. Whether he's good enough to win it or not, I mean, come on now. He's going up against, you get to the final 8 teams, and I think last year, wasn't it Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Joe Burrows, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, him and Ryan Tannehill, of the top 8 quarterbacks that were left, Stafford, clearly Jimmy Garoppolo was either the 8th best quarterback left in the playoffs or the 7th. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean that Trey Lance was going to jump over one of those guys and be better than a Tom Brady or an Aaron Rodgers or any of those guys in year one. So, yeah, I mean, you took a shot here for sure. You took a blow, especially. I mean, now you don't have a backup quarterback. Now you got to go, rely on a completely unproven guy as your backup quarterback. I mean, this weekend wasn't Kyle Juszczyk, the third string quarterback. If something happened to Jimmy Garoppolo, now you're hitting that button. I mean, this thing could get worse.
I just realized what's going to happen. Joe Flacco is going to be the backup quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers this year.
Always bet on Flacco.
He's absolutely going to be that.
Hey, he looked good this weekend. What are you talking about? His Jets won. His Jets won. Yeah.
Over under, he throws 4 more touchdowns in the next 4 weeks.
Yeah, isn't it weird?
Yesterday, which is just baffling. Of course, that pales in comparison to the quarterback god, Tua Tagovailoa, who threw 4 touchdowns in the 4th quarter.
Jeez. 6 touchdowns, 469 yards. I mean, he threw 2 picks and still managed to throw 6 touchdowns.
Mm.
I mean, that just right there, that's crazy. Absolutely. And do teams, when are they going to get the memo that you have to cover Tyreek Hill on the streak? I mean, it's just ridiculous how many times the guy's wide open running down the field. You're like, oh, look at that. There goes Tyreek Hill. Yeah, I don't think I've seen a game where two wide receivers both caught 11 passes. One caught for 191 yards. One caught for 171 yards on the same team.
They couldn't cover those guys to save their lives.
Not at all.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. That game is incredible. I have that playing in the background. That is just incredible. By the way, any questions about how Tyreek Hill would do in Miami? Are we going to put those through? Miami?
No, we're not.
We're not going to put those to rest?
No, it's week 2. No,
I'll tell you what. I looked at my son's.
It's good right now. No, it's not. It's week 2.
I looked at my son.
Same thing. Everybody
him alone.
Same thing everybody did last week with the Seahawks. Well, maybe we didn't respect the Seahawks. No, Seahawks stink.
Yeah,
they won a game. They stink.
Yeah, we chose to not keep Tyreek Hill because he was our hookup with Mahomes in fantasy. And then in the third round, we had an opportunity to take him, and instead went with CD Lamb, and now we're regretting that. So
Now,
yeah,
Tyreek Hill has like 300 some odd yards in 2 weeks.
no,
I
look,
don't
and a stack of touchdowns.
no, look, now,
really the same exact player.
no, look. I think Tyreek Hill is just fine. But I thought that coming in, like I didn't change my thought because of 2 weeks. I thought he'd be nice. He's a beast. Whether he's in Kansas City, Miami, or wherever. What I'm trying to say is I'm not changing after 2 weeks. If I didn't think that he was going to be nice coming into the season, I wouldn't change after 2 weeks. I think he's nice regardless. Like he's that dude regardless. That's how I've always felt about him. But it shouldn't change after 2 weeks.
Yeah, he's the dude that you say just go down to the Cadillac and take a and take a right. Like he's a street ball guy that just go out there and do whatever you're gonna do, and I'm gonna throw the ball as far as I can, and you just keep running and it'll land on you
Al
sometime.
Pacino.
And David, the question was never Tyreek Hill. It was Tua. That was the question. That was the question. Now, do you change how you feel about Tua in 2 weeks? I'm still unsure of Tua. That hasn't changed.
That's
unsure.
one game for Tua.
He's balling. He was fine in week 1 as well, but I'm still not completely confident in Tua after 2 weeks.
Dolphins 2-0.
2-0. Mike McDaniels.
Light Skin Brothers ain't in no more. Let's shift gear. You know that reference, by the way?
Which one?
Light Skin Brothers ain't in no more, but we coming back. I don't know if James will get this one, but
I'm trying to. I feel like. Tell me what it was because
How to Be a Player.
Yeah, that's what I thought of a homeboy from How to Be a Player. I thought that's what it was, but I couldn't remember his name because
What year was y'all in though?
he was on.
89.
He was in BAPS. That's what I was thinking of him being in BAPS. But yeah.
James, we're 1 week away from training camp. The Kings season is about to get underway. Are you starting to get those pre-camp vibes? Are you excited? Are you the calm before the storm? Where are you at with this Kings season approaching? I know you're still writing a ton.
This is always that moment where I'm looking around the house and thinking of all the projects I didn't get done and how they're going to be sitting here for the next 6 months and how I'm going to, like, my wife's not going to be happy with me because I didn't get them done. That's typically where I'm at.
The good news is you'll never be home to get in trouble.
There it is. That's true.
That's a trade-off.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, this is that moment where you start to crank it up and, like I've been writing long form on like position battles and stuff like that over the last couple of weeks. And I wrote on Sunday about sort of this really interesting way that they built this team. So like those are things that you start to like get ready for. But like, when you cover a team like full time, it's sort of like you have to get your affairs in order before the start of the training camp. And if you don't, you're in trouble. It's just going to be like a wild ride where you're trying to balance too many things at one time.
We've talked about this a number of different times, but I'm still fascinated by what goes on because I was thinking about this ironically over the weekend for whatever reason. Maybe I was thinking about this when I thought people were going to infiltrate my house like Tony Montana.
Yes.
But this point guard situation with Cook, Dellavedova, and did they bring in a third one, or was just those two?
Just those two.
Just those two. I don't know. I don't know if either one of them makes the team. Like if you're trying to keep Bazemore, if you're trying to keep add depth at the three and things of those nature, why would you bring in Cook and Dellavedova to stay on that roster? We talked about Metu last week and, the possibility of him being on the team. Alex Lynn has to be on the team. I'm just not sure what would be the reason to bring in Cook and Dellavedova and have them stay on the team.
Well, I mean, I've watched this team 2 years in a row come into the season without enough playmaking. where it was clear they did not have enough playmaking. I think last season you started to feel like you probably were getting there, but you needed one more playmaker. And even if you look at the stats, right? So last season they came in with Fox and Halliburton, and you thought, okay, they've got plenty of playmaking, but that was with the understanding that Buddy Hield and Harrison Barnes, who had both put up like career highs in assists the season before, that they wouldn't fall off a cliff. And of course they fell off a cliff, and so you ended up again not having enough playmaking. Once if you pulled Fox and Halliburton off the court at the same time, you were in trouble. So I think when you walk into a season, like, I don't really want to see a time where Malik Monk is the point guard, or where Terrence Davis is the point guard. Like, if you can avoid it and you can make the right roster moves to make it all fit, then I would prefer to walk into the season with the third point guard, because let's be honest, I mean, De'Aaron Fox, in the age of COVID, he's missed games because of COVID. But he also, broke a bone in his hand last year and missed like the final 10 games of the season. He had that 8-game stretch where he was just out. So you're looking at a guy who does miss games. And I think Davion Mitchell is a guy who doesn't miss games. And I think will probably be one of those guys that historically stays strong and plays a lot of games throughout his career, just because of the way he's built and because of the work he puts in, but also, he's more of a ground-based guy. He doesn't like extend himself out vertically and get injured that way. So, I still wouldn't mind seeing a third point guard on this team, but that's only if it really fits. I mean, I don't think you have to keep either one of those guys, but Quinn Cook is a great shooter. I mean, career like 41% shooter from three. Like, if you need a spark plug, if you need, things are going wrong in a game and you need someone to come in and hit shots, like, why not? Especially when some of the players we're talking about that would make the team over him, they don't have that capability. We're talking about a KZ Okpala who, might average like 3.5 points for his career, just because he hasn't got an opportunity. Or Chima Moneke, which we've never seen him play an NBA game at all. The only thing he's really played is at UC Davis, and then he goes overseas and he's not even playing in like the highest of the highest leagues overseas most of the time. So I think knowing what you have and knowing that you have some depth there probably isn't a bad thing, but I also think that they have holes in other spots.
Do you think this offseason went exactly how Monty McNair wanted it to?
No. I mean, I think, like, the coaching search did. I think the draft did. I think the first day of free agency did, and the first big trade he did, those all went according to plan. Mm-hmm. But I think there was one more move that he had intended to do, and it didn't get done, and maybe it does, maybe it doesn't between now and in February, but I just feel like there was one more move. He kept saying he was going to be aggressive, that he wasn't done yet, that he understood his roster wasn't quite there yet. But now you're rolling. This is what you're rolling into the season with. I think so for the most part, yes. But that last like finishing touch, he didn't quite get over the hump where you've guaranteed yourself a playoff spot. You look like a playoff team, but that's on paper. Like, we have to see what exactly this team develops into and whether they can take that next step, and that requires maybe a little bit more than what they have right now, where you would guarantee who they are.
Did you think that the whole KD situation, league almost shut down because of that? You think that's the reason why the deal didn't get done? Or was there probably just not a deal out there for him that he was looking for?
No, I mean, I think that played a role in it for sure. I mean, like, at the end of the day, I mean, if we see this rumored deal that could have happened, which we don't even really know what the rumored deal was, except for Harrison Barnes might have gone to the Phoenix Suns during the offseason. That's certainly a one potential trade that got held up by Kevin Durant in that situation. But I don't know. I think that he probably had 5 or 6 deals, and just either they didn't make sense to him or things changed with other teams. Just like if we take the report at face value, the Kings were very interested in making a trade, and then things changed. And so they weren't ready to do the same deal once the Suns were finally ready to do the deal. And so, yeah, I do think that, there's always going to be opportunities that are like missed. And I don't even think that that's it. Like, I don't think that there's some missed opportunity that Monty McNair, blew or something. But at the same time, I think that he would have liked to have made one more like earth-shattering move that would cement who and what his team is.
Regardless of the legitimacy to it, that Suns move, the Cam Johnson move, that's the only one that really truly makes sense to me. Because you're getting what you're asking for, a younger player at Harrison's position that's around for more than a year.
Yeah, but even that, I mean, that was speculatory as to what they were.
I mean, yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
yeah, what they might get in that deal. And so, yeah, I could see that being a move that makes a lot of sense for the Kings, just because you're getting younger at the position, and whether he can play the 3, that's still a question, And I think this team really, I think that long term, they have hopes that maybe Keegan Murray can play the 3, that he can slide over and play some 3, but they've got to get him like in the lab, and really break him down as work on his body and get him more physical and all that stuff. And that's going to take a little bit of time.
We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more football. We'll talk more Kings basketball with our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham. As D'Lo and KC continue here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear. Clear.
Yeah, I think the Trey Lance debate stuff it's intriguing, but
it's interesting. It's been an interesting day, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, those things happen and that could have happened out like him running around the corner and down the line. Somebody could have collared him and dragged him down in a bad way and broke his leg. I mean, it's just tough.
Chester was asking me name names like it's this big old thing. Bro, I was listening to the morning roast. Listen to Bonte. Listen to Joe. I listen to Dibs. I'll talk to my man Guru. You know what I'm saying? Listen to I saw Turbin last night on Sports Extra talking about the Trey Lance and his entire family should be pissed off at Kyle Shanahan. So Chester, I listened to Overtime with Kyle and Alan Stiles. Malpractice was going around. Damon Bruce was talking about. Like, I listen to everybody around here, bro. These are all my people. I either listen to them or I talk to them directly. So it was out there. I'm not getting at anybody for how they feel about it. I'm just saying that's what was out there. I don't necessarily see it the same way, but those opinions and thoughts are out there.
Yeah, when I brought up the kid that they got injured in the game that my son was playing in, I bring that up because there was no 250-pound linebacker and a 300-pound defensive lineman and an offensive lineman that's in the way, all of that falling on each other. It was two spindly 105-pound kids slamming into each other, and boom, it happened. Those things, they just happen in sports all the time. And you hope that it doesn't happen to your star player, but, it happened. It does. I mean, didn't Joe Burrows miss a huge portion of a season with a blown out knee? There's a lot of these guys, have had major injuries at different points in their career. It just sucks.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier in the show, and it's some of the worst injuries we've seen are from guys in the pocket, people falling around them and snapping their legs and tearing ACLs and things like that. They're not
Theismann.
They're not running. They're in the pocket. So some of it is just football. Like I said, maybe I'm just cautious by nature. I just wouldn't put my quarterback in those type of running situations, but it is still football, man. There's not a lot of safe places on the football field.
Yeah, I mean, we played Lamar Jackson this weekend, and he busted up the middle, not around the side. He busted up the middle on a planned run, 79-yard touchdown. Like, that's the league you play in. You only have really two styles of quarterback now. You have your drop back, and you got, well, I guess you can say three. You have your mobile inside the pocket quarterback, and then you have your mobile quarterback, and then you have your drop back quarterback. And I still don't even know what Lance is. Like, I don't know which of those he is.
Rams, to answer your question, I don't have a take on Amani. I hope everything's okay. I don't know what that's all about.
Take on who?
Amani Bates.
Oh.
I hope everything's all right, man. He was arrested with a gun in the car. So
yeah.
Amani Bates is like 19 years old. I hope everything's all right. He says it was a misunderstanding. It wasn't his car. Well, he said it wasn't his car, and the gun was in the car, and he didn't know.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
That's tough.
Look at Devontae Smith. Looks very dapper. Got a short suit on, pink, with the white button up, no tie. Very dapper.
Coming back, guys. Hang on. A couple of other quick NFL notes here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. Your defending AFC champions are 0-2 and lost to the Dallas Cowboys yesterday.
Double yikes.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. They lost to Cooper Rush yesterday.
They had to come back to make it close.
They did. They're 0-2. Joe Burrow not clicking so far this season.
You said they weren't going to make the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
That's tough, man. That's a tough start.
Detroit Lions, Jared Goff, man, Tua Tagovailoa throws for 6. Joe Flacco throws for 4. Jared Goff threw for 4 touchdowns yesterday in the Lions' 36-27 win. How about those Detroit Lions?
Come on, man. I get emotional about this.
Well, if I was quick, if I had thought about it, I would have had the button ready.
Emotional about this.
I'm about to cry.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
I gotta going back to the Bengals real quick. I heard a stat about them. The first ever Super Bowl participant to lose their first 2 games of the following season on the last play of the game. Never happened before.
That is a hell of a stat.
Little baseball-ish, but
that is never giving up a home run to a right-hand batter on a Wednesday in 80-degree temperatures. That had those kind of vibes to it. Patriots beat the Bengals yesterday. Just looking at a couple of games that we didn't touch on. I'm beginning to think I was wrong about the Panthers. Kenny's.
You thought about the Panthers?
I did.
You're not the only one, though. That was a. There we go. Saying the word. That was a take before the season started. Yeah, he's not alone. I heard that.
It's a bad one. It was a bad one. Your Giants are 2-0, by the way.
And I hate that they're my Giants because I don't like them.
They are your Giants.
But they're 2-0, and they play next Monday night against the Dallas Cowboys. It could be 3-0. Might going into week 4.
Cash Caraway's picks of the week. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I can't think of a more like a quarterback that I would like to watch less than Daniel Jones. Like, there's just nothing there. Like, talk about a dude who gets hit way too hard, and he gets hit, like, trying to pick up 2 yards. He doesn't know how to slide. He doesn't know how to get down. He gets laid out all the time. He's huge. He's not a good passer. Like, there's a lot of question marks about... Like, talk about one team where you're like, man, how much are they held back by their quarterback? That might be the quarterback where you're
I haven't seen enough of Daniel Jones Well, you've probably seen more of him than I have. Though when I do see him, maybe I'm just getting all the decent times. Because I look at him like, man, he's not that bad. Like, I don't think he's great, but yeah, all right, he's kind of athletic.
He like everything. Like he looks exactly like Eli Manning in every way imaginable.
To me, he's like a broke Joe Flacco, and you're like, oh, that's not good. Yeah.
Well, Damien did say Eli Manning.
A broke Joe Flacco, man. Jeez, I can't imagine what that's Danny John. My goodness.
Well, you did say Eli Manning.
My guy. Are you
Eli's got 2 Super Bowls, man. Eli's got 2 Super Bowls.
Ty Davis Price hurt his ankle.
No.
He hurt his ankle and he's out a couple weeks.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, is it Marlon Mack time?
Jeez. Yeah, it absolutely is.
I absolutely believe that it is. Ty Davis Price injured, high ankle sprain, will be out, quote, a few weeks. Damn.
Yeah.
Never have been with the Niners. Never.
We talked Flacco, Tua, Goff. The exact opposite is Matt Ryan.
Wow.
Oh.
Matt Ryan threw 3 interceptions yesterday. His Indianapolis Colts scored 0 points, and 2 weeks into the season, they have tied the Texans and got shut out by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Stick a fork in him.
Yeah, that's tough.
I mean, watching him it's not good. That's like when you're going out to breakfast and you like eggs Benedict sounds so good, and you order it and it comes out, it looks beautiful, and it looks perfect, and then you go to bust into it and the yolk is all like solid, and you're like, oh yeah, you're done. You're overcooked, man. That's over.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold
Send it back.
First of all, if the yolk was just like creamy and watery, that would be even more disgusting. Like I don't eat. What are they over easy? See summed up. I don't eat my eggs like that.
Poached, man. It's poached.
Scrambled on.
See, that's the beauty of D'Lo and KC. We bring different cultures together. Because what is the name of this dish? What is it? What is this? Eggs Benedict?
You don't know eggs Benedict?
No, I know. I've never eaten it before.
Oh, you can come up. I'll make you eggs Benedict. We'll watch football on a Sunday, and yeah.
I'm with that. I'm with that. As long as we don't have to watch Daniel Jones, we could.
That's right.
Do it.
Packers, I'm from a different culture.
Packers beat the crap out of the Bears yesterday. Not a good day for our guy Justin Fields. Tampa Bay beats the Saints, and I think we have officially covered it all. The Rams beat the
fight. What do you think about that fight? Some people think Mike Evans is going to get suspended.
Yeah,
he did.
Out of that one,
Mike Evans got suspended for a game. Yeah,
I think he's the only person who got suspended.
I didn't know why Lattimore got thrown out.
Okay, so that's his second time. In 2017, Mike Evans also got suspended for fighting, and it was Lattimore that time as well.
Wow, they got real beef.
They don't like each other.
I don't know why he got thrown out of the game, though. Like, yeah, he was talking, but that's all that was going on. He didn't get physical with Tom Brady or the coaches or nothing like that. He got shoved to the ground, damn near clothesline from hell to the ground. Got up, defended himself, and he gets thrown out.
Yeah.
Yep.
It could have been I don't know. Probably not fair. It could have been a defuse the situation type thing. Just get everybody involved out. But that was a real fight.
They had real heat.
One of them pretend ones. That was real.
They got real heat. Yeah. Did you see Arians on the sideline?
Bruce Arians is
and he was talking mess. Like, bro, what are you first of all, what are you doing here?
He was
didn't Tom say you're not allowed down here?
I didn't even think of that he's not even the coach.
He's not.
Like, what are you doing here? And did you see Mike Evans? You could read his lips. He said, man, it's Tom Brady. What am I supposed to do? It's Tom Brady. It's like, yeah, you got to go throw down, man. It is Tom Brady.
People were hitting Bruce Arians with it. Sir, sir,
excuse me, sir. I'm going to need to see your badge. Yeah. I don't think you're supposed to be in this area. Yeah. That's awesome.
Kyle Shanahan is on a conference call right now, so there's a couple of notes coming out from the San Francisco 49ers. We've already mentioned the Ty Davis-Price injury. Kyle Shanahan also said he'd be shocked if Trey Lance does not stick around Santa Clara and do his rehab under the direction of the team. They want him to be a part of every meeting and be at practices too. Quote, "We don't plan on Trey being away from us at all." And that's Kyle Shanahan, who's on a conference call right now with members of the 49ers media.
Well, one of the things about it, guys, is I think Trey Lance is at the very least competing for your starting quarterback job next year with somebody else that you bring in. I don't think it'll be Jimmy. No, I don't care what happens this year. Like the ultimate can happen, like win a Super Bowl, get to a Super Bowl, whatever. Jimmy is going to be out of the Niners price range. So it's going to be Trey Lance at the very least competing for the starting spot, if not being QB1 once training camp rolls around.
We'll see. I don't know. I think it's going to be fun. Like every week, the God bless her soul, the lady who draws the Jimmy Garoppolo until he gets traded.
I definitely would have quit that gimmick by now.
Yeah, but she's selling a ton of stuff, so maybe not.
I would have kept it going.
Yeah, but
keep it going.
He's making $250,000 for every game that he takes 25% of the snaps or more, and for every win, he gets $100,000. So if you want to motivate somebody to be good, you can't motivate him enough where he won't overthrow a pass, because we already saw that this weekend. Just like, come on, man, that's the same exact stuff. Stop overthrowing your pass by 3 feet. That doesn't make any sense.
Look, Jimmy hasn't changed.
Jimmy was back.
Yeah, Jimmy is back.
Overthrowing receivers.
That's since 2018. Yeah.
More from Kyle Shanahan. He said the 49ers will definitely bring in a quarterback for the practice squad to be the number 3 guy behind Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy.
See, Brock Purdy.
MCL sprain. He's going to miss some time. Tuesday's the day we announce all of the injuries.
Yeah, Brock Purdy. He got a quarterback name. I like that.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it just sucks though about Trey. But I do think he'll maybe I'm just hopeful, but I think he'll make a recovery on track, and he'll be ready to go next year.
Yeah.
Ryan Fitzpatrick going to leave that Amazon booth, come in and be that quarterback that pushes Trey. He says, I'm sorry, we'll move on from the 49ers. These notes are just coming in, and I want to pass them along. Kyle Shanahan said George Kittle was close to playing on Sunday, but he is glad the decision was made to sit him and get him even healthier for week 3 to face the Broncos. I'll read into that my own. It sounds like George Kittle's probably going to go on Sunday. Sunday night. Sunday night against the Broncos.
George Kittle wasn't around. I think he started one game that Trey Lance was a starter in his 4 starts. Yeah, Kittle for one game. That's a big deal as well.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. I mean, you take your guy that's going over the middle. Yeah, I definitely, I think it would have been a lot different the last 2 weeks with Kittle.
And
it's just too bad.
The game he had, Kittle, was probably his best game. I don't think that's a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a sports media note. I was genuinely wondering this, so I don't think anyone but nerdy people will care about this, but I was very, very curious. John Oron, who runs the Sports Business Journal, he's tweeting about Amazon and Thursday Night Football. He said Thursday Night Football likely succeeded 12.5 million viewers. I point that out because that was the Amazon Prime game, and we wondered what is that going to look like, as this I believe was the first game exclusively on Amazon Prime, and that's a hell of a number. 12.5 million for the streaming service. I can't remember what Thursday Night Football games generally get. I don't think it's that far off of that. It does exclude some people who might not have the type of internet that can stream a 4-hour football game or whatever. But that's a hell of a number. That's significantly higher than I expected it to be.
What's the deal with the Sunday ticket, is this the last year with DirecTV and then it's open for business?
I believe so. I believe this is the last year, and the announcement of who it'll be will be made sometime during the season.
Gotcha.
And Apple TV, we heard, was the leader. And then I can't, and then someone jumped in, and I don't remember if it was Amazon or who it was, but kind of threw the whole thing for a loop. And it's like, well, it's not over, and somebody is about to grossly overpay for that NFL package.
Yeah.
Because they know all of us are going to grossly overpay for that NFL package.
I think there's an interesting twist here too with the prime situation, because someone brought up that Steven says my local bar didn't have Amazon Prime. That's, I don't know. Okay, so if you're watching at a restaurant or at a bar, right, and they have to take the amount of seats, divide by a specific number, and then they have to pay per person basically for if they're going to stream sports events, right? So if they have Comcast or they have DirecTV or whoever it is, they have to, it's based off of their capacity, and then they have to, basically pay off of that. But what do they have to do with Prime? Because as far as I can tell, just, hey, Steven, next time, bring a Fire Stick to your local bar,
yourself.
plug it in, switch the input, and then boom, bring your remote. Make sure that you say, "Hey, can I get the username and password for your Wi-Fi?" and just start streaming it. Because as of right now, I don't think that there is that sort of backdrop that you have with other networks, because it's kind of a one-off, right? I don't think you can live stream their, like, you can't walk in and there's like the Lord of the Rings thing going on at a restaurant or something. But I don't think they have the same like mechanisms in place that the other sort of established television network stuff does.
And the weird thing is, it's free. Like, you don't have to be an Amazon Prime subscriber, like to the actual Amazon Prime service, something show up at your house in an hour. You don't have to be a subscriber to that to watch the game. You literally just have to download the app. The key part to them is punch in your information, click the little box that said, "Hey, we want to track everything that you do so we can serve you ads for Amazon." That's all they want.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
I think one of my pet peeves in all of life is the sports bar that doesn't get the TV programming correct. Like, I'll be in a sports bar and somebody forgets to change the channel after the game ended, and I'm sitting up there watching darts while USC is playing UCLA or something like that, and they haven't turned the channel. Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
I had to
the hell out of me.
I had to be on the move a couple of times during Kings season and would have to meet different people with our company at Yard House. Do you know how many times I walked in there and the Kings game wouldn't be on one of the 50 TVs in Yard House? I remember they were showing, it was a regular, they were showing, it was an ESPN game, but it was the Celtics. Like, hey, can I get one of these on the team that plays like
down the street
30 minutes from here? Just could you throw it on the TV?
Infuriating.
Pam, put the Kings game on.
I hate it when you go into a bar / restaurant, but you're in the restaurant area, and then everyone wants like MMA on. And I'm sitting there having a nice dinner and watching people just bloody each other and beat each other senseless. That, to me, that also doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense.
I went one time, I tried to watch a boxing fight at, I think it was like at BJ's or something like that. And they said they weren't allowed to play boxing or anything at the restaurant bar or whatever.
That makes sense.
They said it was because the guy told me it could have been completely wrong, but his reasoning that he was given was because it just Jay-Z and Kanye West, it gets the people going. Like, if it's a big fight, like, people get amped up and they start the possibility of a fight rising in the bar.
Yeah, I kind of, like, we're talking about BJ's, for goodness sake. Like, it's not like a rowdy sports bar. It's where you go to get a cookie with ice cream on it.
That's true. That's true. That sounds good right about now.
Makes a perfect Pazuki, by the way. I'm
Who
asking
does?
for tonight. The Queen Bee. I'm asking for tonight. Perfect Bazooki.
They don't miss. Like, does she make it in the skillet type thing?
Little cast iron skillet.
Oh,
yeah. She perfected that thing.
I mean,
Boy,
I'll
this
drop
thing's
Del
gone
Bro
off the
for
rails.
that. Like, I ain't, yeah,
We'll be
I'll-
by at like 7.
She perfected that thing. I'm asking for one tonight.
One thing we didn't talk about today that we can spend some more time talking about as the week rolls along, Hammer. There was a report from The Athletic that the NBA Players Association and the NBA owners are getting close to hammering out a new collective bargaining agreement, which the mutual opt-out date is coming up in a couple of months. I think it's December 15th or so. And I don't think there's no true threat of a lockout, but if they don't opt out, they can't renegotiate this summer. I think it carries out another year. The idea opting out, it's essentially a year early. You could put a new collective bargaining agreement in place. And, one of the main talking points was the age going back to 18 from 19, and that changing the complexion of drafts moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tremendous. I personally, I think I used to have a strong stance on this, and I think you might as well just let players come in.
It wouldn't be a James Ham appearance.
It's amazing. We cannot get through one show. It's almost like a running bit now where James's internet just freezes for no reason.
I'm back. Son of a...
The best part about it is, for those who aren't watching the show and who are listening on the radio and on the Odyssey app, is on the occasions that sometimes James has to reset everything. Sometimes he just unfreezes. The only person who doesn't find this funny is James. James is so fascinated by this. Now I just can't wait to see when James freezes.
That's right. Yeah. I guess I was saying before we go, I think that it's strange that they would go back to 18. Especially with the recent success of G League Ignite and how they've kind of created this own little buzz about their own minor league system. The 18-19 thing, it usually is it's a carrot that's thrown in there early in negotiations, and it magically disappears in the final version of the CBA. So I'm not fully convinced because this has come back time and time again. I guess we could see LeBron James kid or whatever, but it's they're saying 2024 is the first season that you would actually be able to see this happen. And I'm not convinced that it will. And, again, you put a lot of time and energy into this G League Ignite experience. You've brought in some of the top prospects in the country. It seems strange that you'd want to choke off that pipeline right now at this point.
Silver's been bringing it up pretty regularly. It feels like it'd be weird if this collective bargaining agreement gets done and that's not changed. Like, why do you keep bringing it up if you're not going to change it?
It's one of the many things that they like to dangle out there and then pull away at the last second. Then they're like, you know what? The owners are kind of like, we're not quite ready yet on this. And, I don't understand why the players union pushes for it too. I mean, basically, you're taking away more roster spots. And how many times do we have to see 18-year-olds that don't work out and then have nowhere to go and they can't go to college? They can't, their careers are over at 19, 20 years old, and it's kind of sad.
Jesse's telling me the show is over. So thank you guys so much for being with us. That's James Hammer, 1320 Kings Insider, creator of the Kings Beats, 49ers Monday. Big shout out to Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Have a great rest of your day. We will see you here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Seahawks stink.
Go Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right, we're clear.
Okay, so you guys, we talked about this the other day, and you got me to update to the new iPhone 16.
Oh, wow.
And now I think, well, just the 16, like the operating system.
Mm-hmm.
Now I think, like, my son was making fun of me, and I fully understand why. It makes us look like old people with like giant numbers on our screen.
It is. Yeah, I got you.
It's not cool.
But I disagree. I really like it takes a lot of getting used to. But I like the always on feature. The numbers are large. The numbers are large and very bold. But I get it because the screen is
they look ridiculously huge.
I also love that I can put the calendar and the weather on the lock screen. Like I love that. I think that's great. And you can rotate your wallpaper. So like you can have different images of Mrs. Ham, and then you can have one of the kids, and then you can have one of the dogs, and then it rotates every hour.
All right. I don't know. I'll have to dig into it and figure out how to do all this stuff.
Those numbers are definitely
yeah. Yeah, my son who works at a restaurant, and they did for a long time because they were doing like menu lists. So you would scan a QR code, and he's like, do you know how many people I've had to like sit there and help them with their phone? He's like, the point is that you're not touching something, but then I have to touch their phone and sit there and work through the whole thing. So they're getting touched either way. And he's like, and then you take someone's phone, and some older person, and they have like their letters are so big on the screen that they only have like 2 letters on the screen. Like, what is happening here? It's like, oh, sorry, I have the letters blown up. It's like,
the text messages are wild.
Yeah.
Because you can get like 2 words per stretch across the screen. Yeah, they're wild.
So I'm watching this edition of Come On Man, and this kid in some college game, he was fielding the punt, and he fair got the ball inside the 1 yard line.
Oh no. No. Come on, man. Oh, that poor guy. Oh, that's funny.
Oh man,
that's funny.
There was really nobody around him either. He could have definitely let it go.
That is funny.
Remember the discussion we had on the first week of college football? Then we were like, I brought up, can they get these crowds out here on the West Coast and all this other stuff? Oh no.
Oh man. I didn't even realize James.
I didn't even see it either.
Just messing with my phone. I had no idea Hammer was frozen.
But it's like, man, can we get these guys out here on the West Coast like that? Man, that Washington Michigan State game, they was up in there. There was a gang of people. And then the SC Fresno State game. Oh man.
Oh yeah.
They was packed into that stadium. So, maybe I sold the West Coast short, man. Maybe they can get people out there for college football. Might have sold them short.
Now I'm going through and trying to change these things on my screen.
We're gonna get out of here. I see we've got some Samsung loyalists. Do me a quick favor. Go take a look at what your Samsung phone looked like before the iPhone came out. And then you come back with that stuff. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We love you.
Get some facts. Come back to me.